Plotting symbols on a map. Everybody got this?
Yeah.
Right, now we're going to plot symbols of the legend. Symbols aren't much good by themselves, because not very well myself. All right, let's plot them with legend. Map tools, symbols, color range, symbol legend. Goal, so it cuts off, locates it. In the legend, just type goal in order. Sub-legend,
So, Mark one. Wait, what's on Only the game to do it. Okay, it's not a sort of this. That's the
just like that. Think about over here. Say, what?
people. Maybe, but I think this. Correct. Like the past months, can I do this?
Just press F so it gets in the full. Okay. So that's
C'était relative et sur la ligne du musical. C'est le réglage. This one is a only.
Section we're going to the coverage of contours on a map, how to download and access public domain data, and how to georeference images that we can show them on the map. We're going to map out our port out of a publication, how to georeference it properly on the map. So one of the nice things is when these making maps for reports, you can with one map you can make it such that you're happy with the layout and everything, and then you can duplicate the map, and then put the different layers on there, and then you can go edit the text block as well. So you don't have to recreate the map each time. So if you want to edit the titles, you just go here and edit the text in the block here. You can also add text onto the block, into the map. Group. You want to put it to the base layer. And you call it say text descriptions. So here in our base layer we'll have a description here. And then we can add symbols if we want into that layer. We can put text in there. We change the font, whatever you like. So you can customize the map and the appearance that you like. So in this case, put the layer in the base layer. So those things will have the coordinates of the map extents, probably map coordinates, not in your data coordinates. So you can't copy that layer to a different map with different extents. If you want to do that, you create a new layer in your data layer. And those things that you add to the map with the georeferencing, you can copy them to maps of different long function. They can make nice publication quality maps for your reports and you impress your boss. Right, so that's everything with respect to creating a map and displaying data. Are there any questions, comments? All right, so one of the things I don't cover, there's quite a lot of functionality in terms of the database tools. So we've got the database tools, the channel map. Hopefully everybody remembers this.
Yeah.
You can type in an expression. There's a lot more functionality there. So you just pull that down, you can see here all the functions one can database. So there's a lot you can do here. If you want to mask one channel by another, take a logarithmic value of the channel, you can do all that. Anything you do in the spreadsheet you can do. In the grid map, it's got very similar functionality. So what you can do in the database, you can apply to games as well. Grid map. So very similar pull down here. So say you want to look at geochemistry above a certain elevation. You can mask your geochem values. What else would you want to do? There's a lot you can do. So here, this is the next section of contours. We'll create various types of contours, and we will export the contours. So the contour option, create from grids, there's a quick option. So basically, you can say contour. And there's the manual contouring. We set up the contouring as well. Specify how far this contour contour. Log contouring, if you want to contour by logarithmic values, usually if you've got geochem data. And you can also use a control file. You can set up the parameters manually. You can save it so that every time you contour something. All right, so we're going to contour some topographic data. We'll add the DTM to our map. So open your Mount Palmer map. Display grid. Navigate to the topography folder. So for that grid. Click on the color bar here. And in the category, you select topography. In the color scheme, you select elevation. Everybody got that? Yes. Okay. Turn shading up.
Elevation.
So current
Elevation. Elevation proximity. Yes.
For region, this is hotel.
Wie so weit.
You select the add color bar to select that close. And use the map manager then to delete the color bar pocket. And turn off the symbols for the geochemistry. Yes, yeah. Turn off the symbols and the data layer, select geochem, select it. And if you've got a color bar, so you can select the color bar and just press button. So we got that.
Yes, actually.
Right, so now we're going to contour it just using a quick technique. And the map tools. We see contour.
Yeah,
Contour, quick. Input grid will be a topography grid. You just click OK and it contours will be. Just for visibility, we can turn off the survey lights. Just select the part. You can see the contours a bit more clear.
Yeah.
So you can see the contours can look a bit blocky here where they start getting very close to each other and they don't plot. You can see that they're becoming a little bit angular. So if you had to make this a 1 in 5,000 map, and you contour it, then that would look a bit smoother. You can also control the appearance of the contours differently. Then you can see here automatically at the low contours, it puts a little triangle. That sort of donates it for the lowest contour. That's a low. So if you turn the image off and you look at the just at the contours, you'll know that those are lowest.
Channel parting operates just automatically, or the channel part is the low area. So when we create the contour using another data, it will show the triangle on that data also.
So the quick contouring is yeah, not to use it's now we're going to use the user defined contour to get more control. Turn off the topo, AGG topo layer, and the contour layer. And now we're going to go to map tools, contour. So here you can specify in this drop down, you can specify exact levels. So if you know you want to contour a certain contour interval of gold value, zero level, certain typographic contour, otherwise you put in multiples of this. In interval 1, put in 100. In level 2, put in 200. Yeah. Okay. Let's do Rick. Put in exactly. Sorry, wrong grid here. Let's just put our mag grid. Contour our mag BDL grid. That. Just fit that. Just need that. So contour. Everybody got that?
Mr. Make really great contribution. No, this will make you really good contribution. Are you control the make it like this? One hundred payment click to 20
See here, the contours aren't drawn completely through. So they get too close together. They don't display. So we don't control how that happens.
Make yes.
Go back to the next contours. Click on options. Options. Smoothing options, we can say smooth in the file. Normal 0.5 and suppression density make that 0. What does it do? So we're going to smooth the contours of it. On that, so that's when the contours start getting too close together. And it doesn't plot them. So you put it 0, you plot all the contours regardless. And then the high and low annotation. That's how it plots those triangles. Plotted at the lowest on the low contours and the highs. How it's edited. We'll just make that none. So have a look at this contour over here when you plot it. So I'll change his appearance. Yes, the whole contour of the plotted. The danger with this one, of course, is that you end up with something that's black with a contour too close. The whole danger when you have 10 plotters then. Let's have a look at this again. Look at the appearance of this contour here. No smoothing. Yeah, the contour changes. So you've got a grid that's got quite a large cell size, and the contour at the you'll end up with something that's got these sharp edges. So it's like this is a sweeping. Change the colors of the contours. Everybody got that?
No.
Next.
It will be. And level to be those. They will do it. Shortly.
Kaç geçmiş? Next.
It's just to show you the fashion. Right, now we're going to compare the mirror contour. So bring up the residual magnetic grid. That's what you're going to contour. That will have a 0 on it. So for this contour, we're going to left tools, contour, residual grid. Exact level. Zero here, 200 from the level. We got that?
Yeah. I don't know. What the interval? You know?
0. Remember we said the residual grid, which was also to be subtracted the Hanning, 0 contour approximation of a contact, a geological contact. So now we're going to plot this in. Use a primitive interpretation to map out the ancient sources. The line style, make this thick black.
들어오시니까.
Everybody get that?
Yeah. maybe function 요즘 같은 좀 비슷해서 그냥 리스트를 그러니까
Yes. That's fine.
생각이 그 비디오는 비디오기 이런 레시듀얼 아니면 비디오 레시듀얼
Your grips.
zero
It's a your grips.
대부분 감사
So to be just copying this here.
zero level 감사 ready to work and ready to
So very good results. After the options, those you see, is your drill. It's really pretty, nothing to say. Use conjure.
Instagram 지금 마이너스 진짜 마이너스 이거 signature 지금 그라운드 고 거다가 approximate ground user exactly multiple exact question disagree
Well, I'm interpreting the scientific context, I could just follow this zero contra. Approximate the content of my technique. This works quite well for shadow. Relatively large units.
exactly
But what do you make? This is used to detect the force. That will also give the just at the surface or at the or I mean at the depth.
Yeah, so if you have a deep source, you end up with that ambiguity that you can't resolve the width. You have if your source is say 10 meters wide and you're flying at 100 meters, you can't resolve the width of that source because you've got can only resolve what they call the susceptibility thickness product. But if the width of the source is greater than the distance to the sensor, then you can resolve with it. That's why I say be comfortable with this is shadow geometry, and these are quite wide magnetic features, and it's a ground survey, I think. So this would be representative of the context. Yeah, so these features here. Using the zero concept. Obviously, you have to use a bit of geological intuition. You can't just follow the concept now.
yeah
The result is also to be greater than the height of the sensor.
Otherwise, you can't resolve it. Okay. Save these contours to a database. contour here. Should go to export to GDP. So on that map manager, you just right click on the contour layer and say export to GDP. I don't call this month format. Confused here. Call it mag underscore contour. Okay.
Name change which Mac control shift. Please locate animal farmers. We look at the source. It's one cut seven and machine.
The detective looks up entity without entity. Clearly, the uniquely and the source with the against the height of features.
That is second. What is gen? Remember? Nice more form.
And the sense that it has
Take a look at most of those.
different thoughts which has to be greater than thoughts. The state searching.
Example same.
They want to create one projects to do that one as well.
Yes, please. Please locate us. Yes. Animal form. Please locate.
Can be detected. Cannot resolve the web.
GDP with the See the problem data much. Determine the yeah, you can't win losses.
You said you cannot detect it. You will detect it, but you won't know. So it's great. This is great. This is great. Yes. So those are contours now in the database. Now if we wanted to, for some reason you want to know what the value of a different grid is, in the contours, if you wanted to say know what the if you want to determine what are our elevations on that zero contour. It's not following. You can say grid. So that says sample a grid. You can sort of find our topo grid. And always put the school geography there, so then I'll know I've sampled the grid and it's not a measured quantity. And those are the values of the topography along that zero contour line.
Let's go get this.
So each row here is a vertex on that contour. Have we got that? Okay, also, another thing we can do, you can still, so, you can export this database export. You can export it as a shape file. And just see zero contour. If you have multiple that contour value, you could export it as individual shape file, but you can export it in single. And then we can display the contour line in a package like QGIS or Global Mapper. Do you use QGIS yet for your work?
Mostly ArcGIS.
ArcGIS. You can create the contours in GeoSoft and then export them into. The other way to do it is also the thing you can do is if you want to export certain features, you can just turn off everything in your map at the layer you want to export. You can go map, export, and you can export that to shape file here somewhere.
Yeah.
There we go. So then you can just export that layer or multiple layers in the shape file. Exporting to the DXF, just like I showed you. Right, so that's contrary. Everybody happy with that? Any questions? Yeah. Right, so now we're going to access some public domain data. So you get a thing called Seeker, it's an online tool for analysis. So that's generally we use them for accessing SRTN topography data. But there is some geological information from the natural resource in Canada, as well as from the geological survey of Scotland as well. Do you use SRTN data?
It's just yeah.
Yeah. Try the Copernicus GTM.
No.
Hellos. Copernicus. Elos Elos the Japanese thing. Japanese thing, yeah.
Well, this is the European product, and it's quite a bit better than SRT. The resolution is much the same, but the accuracy is a lot better and less errors. So if you're using recommend.
What resolutions are there?
The Public domain one is 30 and 90, so similar to
Mhm. Tadi,
yeah, you should have a 30 and 90, of course. So probably 30. You can over here you can manually enter the coordinates.
Mhm.
And then you just take the product you want. Put in your email, and then you just match it. It takes a few minutes. We're using that now for our for processing. It's more accurate and show less artifacts.
That's what you should put in basically. It's up to you.
Like in that chance, top order. And it's happening.
That's a list of all the products.
Yeah, do the LLC. I was 330 meters. Actually, 10 meter you make, I think. It was 350 meters.
So we can't recommend.
The 30 meter, to bring it as
Was about 50. We cannot do it at that time there. That's what we should use.
The person player. You know? You listen to resolution. I just do a bit with it.
What you should do if you're going to compare it to SRT, just make a difference grid. See what the differences are. These big mountains here, never know.
Yeah.
Which is which is SRT.
Specifics.
All right, so then you can download also the geo maps for the extent of your map. So in geo, it's got the satellite image and some just these are like Microsoft projects. Then SQL Central, you won't go to things. It's really sharing that to the projects. All right, so we're going to download some SRTM data now. For the extent of our map. So we'll call the grid layers and contours. Data bars as well. Data services, obviously you need an internet connection for this. And you select the seeker.
Good.
The text here, you type SRTU. Press enter. Use 1 second. So that's approximately 30 meters. We choose SRTM1 Australia.
Now.
Should show 60 centimeters. Just link to the extensive real map.
Yeah. Then 11 special location. And when you see him, okay. Services. Sorry, I'm so speed. Because you module one of this. It's a more from again. That's the bit more. That's yeah, it was. let's see the of the generate and need the people. This is
picking up the real movements. So it should be try to figure out the page. Try to choose off the mix and match. You have the same problem. Try go
half means 1 divided by 2 by half something yeah means and for 1 by 2 times d game at the formula n equals to 1 by 2 times d madea 1 by 2 times d yeah. 1 by 2 times d 진짜 학문인데 가슴이 학죠 why d multiplied by 400
right, so then you go to the download button.
If you want to reject you one if one come still and come still
Click on Australia data set.
one by
It'll give you a bunch of options. You can change the name, call it SRTN Farmer. You download and open it. You only want to window it to your map extent. Otherwise, you can end up with very large Greece. I generally like reprojecting it to the map. It's recorded on map. And you can change the resolution. Change it to smaller default. Choose the default. And we should say download. It will choose. Remember antivirus things.
Not up to the
Not VPN or something like that.
How do you get it?
That's the product.
Is that it? So that's the SRTM from our farmers, and now we're going to add some satellite imagery. Like EP again, this is data services. Add your
Go to different
map imagery. Just put an aerial.
It's all great.
Should I have stronger?
Sure.
See,
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
It was so it's probably a scaling thing, the color scale scale.
Igår morgon. Då kan jag inte lägga over det. Ja.
You've also got a reading. All right, just click on the auto color rescale.
Risky. See that one.
Okay.
Så.
No, it's blocking it for some reason.
Risky.
Så fint.
Nej, jag pallar det. Jag tycker jag. Nej, vänta. Åka. Banna.
You're connected to the depths of giving them certain properties. Five
Yes. Yes, you need. Up, yes. Yes, remote is a carabo.
That's what you know how to do.
GPD's carabo.
That's
Geology religion mission. Rangi manage people's time. Rangi 30 minutes every 30 minutes basic consistency and it's one. Time they come to one. Every time every person. Ginger to the bed.
right now. You just download also the vector maps. So the data services had Azure imagery. And you can select right. Right. Data services, add Azure map imagery. Top is your
بس سمعت تدريس كيف المتنسى مين عم جربي مين
So if you're making base maps and stuff, that's quite a handy feature.
yeah
If you've got any roads. Yeah.
Men belikten je dat te serieus nou kun je het hele hele zijn kun je hoe is het clear with him is dat
You can make one layer transparent, not it on top of the other. So yeah, quite nice maps.
yeah
So just do it.
ah đây cái chứ
And see if that you miss it.
Transparency.
Yes, because it's so packed. It's a bit level. So that's a different map. So that's what it is.
아니 솔직히 싫어 transparency clear transparency clear 아니 layers बोले मतलब 아니 area on be 뭐 area तो का 아니 on be touch to me दी या 아니 transparency is better 가라 빼지 그래서 아니 잠시만 저래 봐 비야 토가기 transparency 아니 아니 topo colparlo tu colpamo yine hiç gold deposit mi gold deposit now I work from home for a week or 1 week شو مسلسل me paghi più oggi di voti
So that's the end of this section. So there we learned how to get maps and data off the seeker, the DAP server. Some of us anyway. You download and display data from seeker, and also add Azure map imagery to a map. So in this section, we're going to georeference a geology map, put it onto if we remember how to do this, when we georeference to our databases, you have to define a walk when you apply it to to apply it to the database. In this case, we apply the walk to an image or a grid. All right, so we're going to define a walk for an image first of all. Remember how to do this. Coordinates.
Georeferencing.
Georeferencing.
Georeferencing.
Hmm?
Georeferencing.
Georeferencing.
Yeah.
Define a what? I'll call this map walk. Or one. What's a lag control? Then it's active. On the upper projection, it's going to be GDA 94. Latitude and longitude is fine. So, that.
Range one.
Sorry, I've got the order wrong here. We have to just display the grid first, pretty much. Geology. The fall. Background color none. Registration default. I can
I think we lost the steps.
yeah, so let's display the image first.
Niche.
Then we define and apply the walks.
Many of you know, the image. It's too late.
Go to capsules.
Map.
It's also map. Pretty much. Display the map.
Imagine it. What is
5 days slow.
right? So, I'm just not your
Have me display, create an image, create an image. Create an image, display, display, map image.
anime. Well,
File select. Another formatting. Geology language. Wait.
They have the same.
You missed. Work from home. Work from home. Period of budget. Recruitment image. Topic shipping. Wish I think the piece in the way.
New map.
This is
You have to use new map.
new map. New map.
And yeah.
Oh, new map is.
Alright, so now we're going to assign coordinates to each of the corners of this map. So you can call that coordinates, georeferencing, final walk, active, overwrite, vertical projection, yes, GDA 94. And at each point you click on the map and then you enter the corner.
Oh, okay.
When you do this, you must do it either clockwise or anti-clockwise. You can't go from this corner to that corner to that corner to that corner. You're going to be funny results. It's going to
Okay.
twist the map. All right. I'm not going to give you to put out 6 or 7 decimal points in there, but okay. And down here, I click there, and it prompts you for the coordinates. So current X and Y, those are the pixels coordinates. Let's just make those 0 and 0.
No.
Doesn't allow us to change because we have to edit the wall file. The new X is 119.
Top corner net just been. John,
Point one.
did you select the top corner one first?
Sorry, bottom left.
Bottom left. Oh.
Bottom left.
When you do this.
We're going to go in clockwise.
Except
We're
for
going to go 1, 2,
except for good.
4.
Anatomia. Cool. Yeah. One.
Don't feel like him. Don't feel.
One stuck. Az bir göz kimi burada? Aynı tuğba batı bakıyor. Main drive.
So I'll just read out those coordinates.
No. I think when I click, nothing's fine. Can't click anywhere.
You have to put your finger in the new map.
Yeah.
Outside the
Oh.
coordinates. I'm not going to say what the problem is. No, it won't display here because it's not visual. So yes, won't display on the display. Absolutely today. We'll see if you're educating people. So because this image, quarters, it's not projected. Can't display on projected. Yeah, you have to first project it. And we can display the time. Breaking image.
I never think that I could show this. Arithmetic image. Arithmetic signature drive left to me.
Left.
Where have we done this?
What again?
Same to this shape.
Design coordinates.
I thinkเรา attention sensor.
Yes. Steve, you can't change those are you've edited it on your file. So don't change, can't change the current picture.
No.
Just put in the new. Doesn't matter, that's not exactly the same. So new X will be like two. So we want to be very accurate. That should be 0 and 0. It's quite hard when you're digitizing to get that exactly right. So we can make the raw file, and it's a text file, then we can go and edit it. Change things and just create pixel layers. Minus 1 equals 2 times together, plus 3 minus 51. So it's nothing.
No. You're confusing.
Underground explorer. Beside me.
So that's bottom left. Now if we top left.
Top left.
And it's weekend and function.
One you can use the one that's how it must be.
Okay.
First one we need to know that.
You there? Take a photo of it.
Yeah. Much better. Just need to do one. Still up down.
Right, so we go to the next corner. And the next corner. Press the wrong click.
That's the way that's what I mean, you know. Like, within the critical form, what is doing that? She divided the random events of curvature. Can go Bringing the pictures to the that mentioned. Rest of the market. But it's only much of the invitation to the home with the sound of human. While reading the chichi wrong, the chichi is wrong. Yeah. When you do not understand reading into the your data is pushing
Right, we've already had success.
Yeah.
We can apply that to our grid, to our image. Before we do that, we can just go to our text editor and you can just load the walk file so you can see what it looks like. So the first two, it's got the projection information here, 4 points. And the first two coordinates, that would be the first one that you entered. And that's because we're using longitude and latitude, that's a longitude, that's a latitude. So the numbers we can edit the pixel values because it's quite difficult to get the pixel position exactly right. The first pixel value should be 0,0. This one is 0 and 455.
She gave me what?
0,7. Next one is 804. Half one is 800.
Like, even work, Limited.
That kind of makes sense. 0 to 0 pixel.
Yeah.
0, 455, 800, 455, and 800 and 0.
Zero. Yeah.
Are we going to apply the warp? All right, so you can do two things here. You can attach the warp to the grid. So it doesn't create a new grid, or just on the fly it reprojects it. In this case, we're going to create a new output so that such that it is directly here. Warp a grid. With grid will be our geometry. Format the geometry color. Output here. You make the geometry. For WA geology, what's called so LL tells you that it's latitude and longitude. Cell size.
Future color. Future color bizim. Öyle bakayım. Future color.
Right, so now we can
Cell
see
size
that
let's just be. Cell size.
on our Mount Farmer map. So we say this is a geometric color. Can also
Hani bu şarkı gibi olur.
referencing Walker grid. Output here, you can also make it a geosoft color. Create a geosoft color. So geosoft also allows you to display
Read with color.
3-band raster.
Two rep same. LL. LL. Longitude.
Yes, and we're going to display that on our Mount Farmer map.
W geology. LL. Lab. LL. Default. Next column. Finish button. From HTML. Unable to resolve problem. So there is problem. Yeah.
And there's our geology.
Oh, okay.
Project Explorer, you can take the grid and you just drag it across onto your map. Instead of opening it each time.
Ay, matusik. Geosoft color or Geosoft color से Geotiff color or Geosoft color नहीं वैसे पेल Geosoft माहौल नहीं मिल Ay, kasi что से Думаю, take it by Honey Range. Next week, Honey Resort Colorado. Take the person, take it off, just touch it. Walk and stick it. Maybe touch it, maybe not better. And it's long, what is it? So many better. Она зазумы только почти читал. Привод. Zero two. What? 00119. Okay, 0455. 455. Yeah. 800 455 800 different people look at work fit different people चलो different people पता है ये माँ की old नया सुन 450 नहीं मिला था नहीं 455 का तो रैप क्रिट लैब तो मेरा ने पे नहीं से ओ वाले इंजन जो तेरे ओ वाले जो इसके रैप क्रिट ये किस पे था कैसे ये जब तो c'est bien. Just special creepy. Original creepy, just special. That's not your other baby. Some color V. It's just a color. What took the color? So things are more. Children is in the form of the show. Children bench. Rapid read. Define select bay. Oh, I need a different. Select bay, the jury hanging bay. Let's go on the already to say so. The bay another. Next. The word, I mean, next one. Yeah, something wrong. Okay. See, like Shane says, because you've got the wrong coordinates in some way. Just open a walk. Taking a step. You look nice. Look nice. Color just my favorite. Color just my way. And select because personally, and select bay open bay. And input as but out the change bay over. And that's why I remember the coloring color, geotiff color. Maului color mountain but the geotiff color see.
That's a
Not
consider.
was my but
Yeah.
your chief color color. No, I need to put it. Next page.
No, not that one. So I stress like zero translation.
Generation majority ani notepad na this
Just
notepad na this
and seems to me.
okay open the
See, it's a good and so.
On a paper, someone.
So let's have it.
the notepad correct by this
Yeah.
004 negative 419500055 11 1
Stretches.
negative 267 844.5 try करेगा दूसरा
Okay. I'm a mistake.
चल 800 0 800 को 0 and beginning तब send the graph to
देखो ये double premium.
ni vivelo ci Geosoft color base e tutto tipe color base e tutto so Geosoft color okay yes
Project Explorer on two. All the maps and because
finish okay let's see in the same way Geosoft color the pictures appropriate way another Geosoft color same name just tag Geosoft color with oh Geosoft color
so that it's okay, but your cell size is wrong. Okay, so it
Makes
does it, because you can see the cell size is a bit too big.
finish
There's the coordinates.
no I'm saying that in part 2 we display that you pay and color close panel
Default.
no display video will display on my grid library
Image.
grid
Which one?
grid
So is it? And then on the tab,
Geosoft theme and Geosoft that's
you should be able to
color
display the grid. Open grid.
geology
Geosoft.
next
One that you
Current
can
map.
use. And it
And it's going to change the word.
stimulates it right from the battery.
okay
Yeah, that's it.
It's empty.
okay
And so. Well, yeah, just drag it now onto your map. So, what's everything here? Let's give up.
which maybe so something over
Yeah, so Geosoft. This is you, so you know what's happening. To make that geology name. That is the each. Yeah, it's supposed to see what coordinates.
Siamo sempre loop in siamo sempre loop in oggi lo metto lì sì veramente proprio tu potevi proprio lì di più alla via davanti tutto di me io chi vedo sì che Raffaele di più una delle chiese molto felice Jadi itu pada ini dia nama jadi itu pada dan
I usually do certain stuff because nothing
itu sudah sistem itu sudah kasih Bluetooth on bis
saves you
laptop Bluetooth on bis lang bisa on bis anime mi masih kaçın nomor Bluetooth Bisi bakar mısın? Ne anlarım yok. Butuh anak pisahnya tinggal kopi bispina. Ada gue beli jam 11. Beli jam 11. What's the medication? What's the meeting ini? Tell them people. Bimi, ana bimi. Piu. Ana yang boleh isi Kaçın şey. Şöyle çok bu. Kaçın olacak? Bitti Kimya var da ciddi mi? Yani hangi hani bir ay öyle. Hani böyle at. Nasıl var? 045 0 İşte 800 değil mi? 0 800 800 for pepper. Next kitty 800 plus 800,0. Значи ранее различные пути. Не, татуирование идет по ним это. 119 direct. Yani resim taşı. Ne için de dur. Şükürler bakımı 119
0
894.
so so that's the time. Also study areas. That looks fun. Look down here. That's the numbers experience generation. Minus having right 0.1 which is not recording the reference. Let's get into more yourself. Yeah, so there's a thing here on the map.
Çok soft color pictures.
Click on this line.
Güzel.
It's a small solution.
Ne great. İnsan kadar öyle değil. Fotoğrafın benim.
These are not technology.
Yeah, I think it's tea time. Right, it's good job.
Yeah, the problem.
Allez, mais je l'appelle tout sur là, et de l'image display view.
It's not a touch level.
So, I think I'm doing sure. Double click on the geowall. Looks fine. So let's check those forward. So again, I'm using this month. Yeah. And 19 we put for that of that's a grid. Geowall. This is check we have it's just getting this starting last night. So when you do that, your data sitting up here and your grid is sitting here. So there's something wrong with the generation system. This is probably no I'm just going to decide so little chance of you have. No one should use a GE or things. No. See, it's you're gonna should be just GDA. So it's only 58 gigs of it's it's projected ship. It's a geographic data. So we're gonna you try it. What's up?
좋아하는 실 그리고
같이 그러면 포켓이 포켓이 하나 원빈은 어디지? 어디지? 하나 가라 어디지? 역시 인정 좀 그래서 이제
Das war ein bisschen schlimm.
한디 dio legend minimum legend
Reduce display mapping.
mais display on maps good you have to be careful
Anime.
just wish
우리 소득하면 그다음에 Lagi lupa. Yeah.
Everything with chili. Pizza with chili. That's all. Chili, maybe burger with chili. What to pack run? You did there's a huge you can't carry you. Yes, yes, yes. Did you go at all? Yesterday?
No, not really. I was processing for the day. Went to a coffee shop there on the main street.
And then you can know it met you or did somebody?
So
Is that someone? You open the how's it? And then another thing. I have to that sweet. Yeah, we can start spicy. No, email them. You did it. I go there. Someone insisting. I used to do that. So we actually between the name. My matching with the Spring break. Winter was it? Spring winter was it? Stop the mic.
targeting and stuff. You're not going to find them are just
From Kerala. You get from Kerala? No.
takes a long time. It's not.
Who's in there? From.
That more the harder in some minutes. What is not? You take it from.
That's
Yeah.
mom about doing that. Another decision.
You understand that.
Yeah. So, give me internet. Something. So, what is the more? Something. Planet. It's a long. I can't censor TV. Put a game of the work.
Television, make so that's one. And you treat that you know, secret and size anime. But it's a spirit taste. That's all. Kung natin television television ni green color भी तो मैं ना टैंकिंग लगा से कैसे ना only just में ना चीज़ चीज़ उसमें जो जी ठंडा वाला स्टिंग ये मैंने अभी लगा एक कौन सी भी बता जो सेक्शन तो होते जो भी कहीं दिखाई नहीं मैं फिक्स कहीं कहीं अगर तो मैं 20 था मैं फिक्स रहा बस देखा ना हम लोगों में तो नहीं से पर मैं फिक्स होता है सब सुपर स्पेशल जी ना बेटो को शेप तो बस मैग्नेटिक interesting part of the body investment was made to the only zone with correlation but from due to the ongoing fuel crisis, all are requested to work from home from 5th April to
Then is wrong information. Şey proses ve belirli. Bu eski kes ve onu. We have research. Şam siz de last month.
कोई नहीं डिपार्ट बोली जब जब शो होते फैक्चर भी इजी ये तो डिपॉजिट
Yani parvali çeto de test ke udan multi
so it's dependent on data from the division
so es go bana ila the department of
channel down there television video edit formula edit formula
ama
edit
naga input yani dapat tu based on the input roki script field and na ona
so how did you do this so it's well not just to see the now you can position the energy television lab how on the section oh like
but you mai roki modify chimi modify chimi
yes good proud oh five six one what question the stations are every station that they tell me they one or every station of course when you station for them vestibular value same station that gets to the vestibular so many things
velhos por tanto chamam. Faz o que elas chamam. Velhos chamam.
Lan yedi falan olacak bir şey.
Geri pompa. Geri pompa. Daha bunu denemiş.
Bence çok güzel şey.
Por tanto chamam. Faz o que elas chamam. Já te.
Roti menü yapıyorsun.
Você tem uma liquidão? Não, ele aí.
Özelliğin kalıbını.
Faz
Çok iyi yapacağım.
né? Cuidado com o bem no Brasil também. Dia mai ni
Elin acıyı sık konuşkanlar. Spor ala gitu nanti. Dia di
Por lo que te tengo que hacer. Pero,
bocor itu.
algo no es tu gato. Y ahorita por la misma, ¿no? One, two, three. Está pidiendo.
nasıl bir duygu. Videoyu da ben nasıl tutuyorum. Hadi filmle. Beni buradayım. Ja, dann starting ja. Gerçi ben lazım bitmedi full. Şimdi de şimdi mi böyle var bu?
Benim için o şey istiyorsun.
Ne yok? Geçen önce bu ben şimdi bu çıktı. 소직도 주의야. 제발 주의들이. 그러니까 이 가봐 애니 봐보는데 가지고 좀 되지.
Mas imagina, mas isso eles me lembram que eu devem ter usado uma chique.
우리가 오열하면 또 보면 양생. 이거도 뭐가 비슷한.
Online pensando, hã? Não online. Já me lembro, certo? E digo errado. Olha lá que beleza.
Und dann will er doch dann landwirtschaft.
Sabe, prima coisa, já
토끼는 일이래. 토끼는 확실히 나는.
Stell davon pura digital thinker. क्या गेलो ना
PDF macam tu. Ini nama. Order ni. Online game. Udemy lo, Coursera, Udemy, certificate sini.
sabe que isso
Macam dia ni minta mana? Trace pen authentic resource. Ajaga ngale print paper
Mission.
mana ni class 26 ni. Te kale kan motion sinale khati ko service du be na interview na class 12 school solution.
Itu certificate juga. Kaç milyon certificate?
Şimdi kardeşim.
Devlet at least couple base lah.
Şey var diyor oyunda.
Hamle sayı kadar.
Hayır.
Jom malah.
Hello.
At least G base lah. Training lah. Rumah cas baca nak orang. Ani kita member tu 6 months.
Country.
Ini me.
इनका डिटेल्स मोडिफाई दिया जा और चीजों आने की ट्रेनिंग से जाने में मतलब नियम दी दी है
In country ke ya.
ऑफ कोर्स जाने रिसेंटली वर्कशॉप के लिए खाने इन कंट्री के 6 months नहीं नियम की ज्यादा से मोडिफाई बेबी आने एप्लीकेशन दे
In country ke macam. 6 months.
ही सेटिंग running analysis to the gagia in house training yet in be मतलब दिल शिले लोग और से सी मोडिफाई बेबी मुझे That the me
That to me. In country ke me.
but because of me such is weak only.
Men si be för training att inte kolla det.
You any time na di
Det
obligation just 6 months.
Yes, we got.
Training le pichu certificate malah handan. Training di attend be bate 6 months mobile ko bate.
Then we told him.
Te vele moi break response.
From the example, maybe. So we should have. And it between the
Omni kişi yok be yani bir hepsini certificate lan doktor mu olay var değil mi?
हाँ so second game
Second day free to bate.
6-7 through them.
हाँ
머리 주먹 살이 들어가.
아니면 그러면
의사가
쌤이 뭐 이슈어리는 이슈인가 보더라.
운동
시오나
네.
시오나 네?
그러면 다 엄마가
짤 것 아니고
일배장
봐봐.
No, 뭐지 시험을 한 뭐. 이건 여기 미시. 마음속 이건 제일 먼저 뭐. 이제 나이트로서 이제 이건 저는 기억을 시도도 베스트 시간이 정말 행복하잖아요. 바쁜 거. Issue GeoSud issue 하나는 진짜 바로 인디비주얼 글로벌 멤버 global member की बड़ा RCL तो बड़ा गेम আছে না চাও তো আর যে স্কিল লো one four 200 wow hard decimal sen pound 뭐 hard decision GSC가 라디오 라디오 세프레 काम चुकी
Ich mache die Zero Eco. Ja, ja.
China Record be mais hoje em dia de J 420 421 1.21 0.5 dia ni si organize be be incentives ya tama wa bini me haji round of sugar sin te no
Das ist Jean, wir sind Gaming, die da Leute machen schon mal
hang down
Nee, lassen wir da Anti-Lash-Protection die weiter den Kategorien
komm le pido ya
Warum gehen wir über den ganz Python das Fälle Building ist bei die Danger der Featuring besser. Ich will sagen, Featuring Vision. Global Hyper.
코리안 지금 뮤직비디오 지금
Because you must want clear.
howdo
So go to lab for super change agenda baba. Which could have been the outer bomb to clean up it. Sai kuma da list ne shi nunu ba mal da nayi. Ne?
perfecto algo smatilo ro kisi par ke bito se essential much tolo expense
Pero intendo ve kai de nivel de lo que debe de Este hombre está que Pues ya que se llama de cara no que yo no me va a tener.
there's certain things to no my udah tingin yung malo open antan because anyway it's the me chigi jiro kilo what large waves are lalu chigi son financial loan 18 billion lalu chigi local जब तो कंपल से पे सकूं emperor कति के emperor तुझे मेरो वंग कति जो MT हो गया 튕길라 나 지금
아니 이거는 난 되게 화성하는 노이가 만약에 나한테 아야랑
how
무덤을 먹었다는 게 사실 혼자 화성 난 이거는 노이가 만약에 이게
नहीं पता
요새 내가 누가 뭐 나 없어를 봐서 뭐 만약에 찾는데
어서를 한 소리로 가야 되는 거 잡는 좋았어요.
실내스 꼭 하는 콘트롤 다음에 그렇게 이렇게 항상
something something 시비니지 대체 something
맞은지.
샵이 되는지
재밌잖아.
에 근데 엄마 내가 말을 나는 어떻게
아저씨들이
오케이
매니지먼트가 슬라이드 업데이트 막
미터리는 나. 그래서 말씀이 진짜 지금 떠가지고 매력이 제가 매력이 Vabbè, ma tutto vivevo anche in una serie, ma tu non puoi.
Anzi, proprio io, mochte meer
No, where?
piano
Where
volo.
flight route?
Thank you.
Like just level, okay. From, no, meeting is how many people has it? No.
Yeah, so the off flights to Qatar, the game flight to Qatar,
You can fly to flight, but it's
it's restricted, not really, that's a lot fewer than cheap flights.
Yeah.
Or you fly, so from here to go back home, I can go by Bangkok
would be
to Paris.
It is 7. It is 7.
So, yeah,
It was in 10 years ago. Only airport with the speed of it. Africa, the speed of it. China, and even to last can airport China. It was going to Africa, it will be language, present on anything. So, I said a lot of good English with her. About 10 years ago, the airport is the Jim African country the opportunity to pay the database any African country Jim we get to be them and was to what it English does. Base email it's okay.
but like your life now.
Since you send me
not much of what I do is
children,
Yeah, I think
exploration of the documents and very undertaking supervising too much so it's not equal.
all right. So that sort of so I'll change the plan a little bit. So we'll go on to I'll give an overview of flight planning and how we do it in Excalibur, and then we will do some flight planning and QA/QC objectives.
Considering
또 싫어. 영주 엄청 가깝다 왜 하거든.
Sherman, are you planning?
지 value be Yes, the
At this point, Thomas to understand the fun people. Because we don't.
Indian country, right? Like,
그치는
one.
제가 된
Mother, you actually, one year refugee.
싱글하시구나.
Macie wiadomo, questo
그래도 그렇게 하면
macie firmy macie.
아니 된 그렇게 내가 너무
Was more in the
가능해서 힘들어.
I think so. And
나도 무슨 말 어디
to be there.
그렇지. 아니면 이게
Yeah, forget like shit.
이거네. 마찬가지 같아. 네. Mas não se vai nem quando uma prática de cristiano. Dá um nicho. Legend de onde? Da Blue Moon. Blue Moon. Blue Moon. Pero isso mention. Só mais bom. Mas não isso, customer support. Querido. Essa on one person message. The one
All right, so we're running out of time now. So there's a bit of marketing in here, so please forgive me. But we'll try to keep it as technical as possible. Again, just interrupt me if you've got any questions. If you like, call them buzzwords and stuff. Yeah, if you don't understand anything, you've got any questions, just ask me. All right, so again, this is the marketing side here. So you sit with what the client wants to do. So if you want to detect his target directly, it's just a mapping exercise. What is the scale of the target and what is the survey scale? Okay, here come the buzzwords again. We call our technologies. Falcon, AGG, Heli Falcon, Tempest, Helitem, and Resolve. So those are just trade names. So AGG is airborne gravity gradiometry. Tempest is fixed wing time domain EM. Helitem is helicopter. Heli Falcon is just the gravity gradiometer system that's put inside a helicopter. Helitem, to that, and Resolve is our frequency domain.
time domain what? When did you
Tempest. Tempest is a fixed wing helicopter used time domain.
So what is the
Helitem is a similar technology, but it's mounted on a helicopter, and Resolve is a frequency domain helicopter ecosystem. And what we call our secondary technologies, although I somewhat disagree with that, is magnetics, radiometrics, and the new one is so-called sniffers. So these are sensors that we're developing to detect hydrocarbon and hydrogen gas accumulations. I suppose these are technologies that are fairly unique to Excalibur, whereas secondary technologies, excluding
in the radiometric what we
radiometrics, so you measure the natural radioactivity.
again sniffer basically we look for the emission.
Emissions, yeah. So that should actually go into technology. As one of the, and what we should have here, you can see this quite an old presentation, we should have the gravity, the scalar gravity system as well. All right, I think things to try and reduce technical risk and increase confidence, and review case histories, and we can do forward modeling. We often get queries from a client come with an example, can I detect 4-meter massive sulfide at 300 meters with a helicopter times man or an AGG system? Do a bunch of forward models and say this is the noise level. I'll say it's not possible, or it's possible but unlikely. Very confident that it should work. All right, so we're going to go into mineral systems. just that if you've got a large ore deposit, the alteration and the footprint of that will be quite a bit larger than the extent of the mineralization itself due to the alteration. And you can use different technologies to map out this large alteration systems, and also usually have with big giant deposits who have usually quite large specific structural setting for those deposits. Again, this is a simple example using different technologies. This is mapping coal. This is the coal basin on the left here. In the aeromagnetics, there's not much to see. These are a few intrusions. And on the right is some modeling of gravity gradiometry, and you can see it maps out the faulting in the basement for masking coal horizon.
Okay, can we use magnetic core?
You're not going to detect coal directly, but if you often in these sedimentary basins, you'll have a bunch of intrusive events. So if you've got dikes and sills, the sill often come up onto the coal seam and it burns the coal. And then you can't mine that. It's waste. Dikes also interrupt the coal seam, and it could be an offset. So if you're mining and you hit a dike, you've got a problem. It's much harder than your coal seam. You must find up down places. Often if these dikes are very narrow, you're not going to detect it by drilling, because you're not going to see a change in set of coals. But in this case, we've not much to see in the magnetics. And the AGG has much more utility. This is an example of groundwater exploration, where if you water bores, and you can see a paleo channel in the surface there, and if you're just drilling, you're not going to be able to follow the paleo channel with any confidence. And that's a surface that's changed the found the name. This is an example of manganese. Let's have a look and see what you're looking at there. That's conductivity. So the shales which form the footwall to the manganese horizon is very conductive. This horizon here, and you'll shape your manganese in the dolomites are quite resistant. So you can map out a marker related to that manganese base.
So this gravity or magnetic?
That's electromagnetics.
Okay.
Sorry, press the wrong button. Yeah. This is not in there. All right, this is an example of diamonds. Does anybody know anything about diamond exploration? How they occur?
Kimberleys.
Yeah, so they occur in kimberlites, which are these sort of generalization, but in these pipe-like intrusions. The intrusion is a sample of the mantle where you're sitting in the diamond stability field, and the intrusion comes up to surface and contains diamond and other natural minerals. They're generally quite small, so they're very difficult exploration targets. And their geophysical signatures vary. So on the right here is a magnetic image. And if you were looking for a kimberlite, which is a small dipolar anomaly, you'd be quite confident in picking that. There's something subtle here, so that might be a second order target. When we look in the conductivity image, you can see the multiple targets that come out, and they're quite distinct. So again, it just highlights that there's no silver bullet in terms of exploration. I tried a few
So what was the height?
The height Well, these would be we've got so the EM. This is a frequency domain system. So the sensor there would probably be around, guessing now, 18 inches. Australia is quite a difficult place to explore because it's a very deep working. It's obscurity will be up Here's another example. This is from Japan. And the thing that we're looking at is the load. This is conductivity. Yeah. So low is this is conductivity, and this is mapping alterations associated with these volcanoes, such as beacons. Excalibur's done quite a lot of work in Japan for geothermal exploration. You've got these boiling water bodies and stuff like this. Systems mapping and silicification with clay zones. This is an example.
So the red one, the low resistivity is high conductivity. Clay are considered as high conductivity in the fluid.
Clay is, yeah, it's probably relative, yeah, but it's clay is generally conductive. Okay. The example again from Australia. Some inversion of mapping sulfides at depth. Stadia channel conducting Stadia channels. So often in Australia, you've got saline groundwater. So that's quite high conductivity. Generally, a big drop below that. 6 hours mapping up some conducting sulfides. How real the shapes are, I'm not sure, but some which one just get topped. It's quite a nice advertising thing because the open pit just above something like that. Right, so this is looking at nickel exploration. So nickel occurs with mass sulfides and these ultramafic flows. They're very conductive. Image here, you can see it's that little pimple over there. And when you look at the decays, this looks very climate pure late time down here, so it's very time is very elevated, so it's not unusual in Australia. We've got deep weathering with these clays and everything with this conductive background. But in the late time, you see this conductor it's still decaying away, and that's in log scale, that's in linear scale, and that would be a exploration target. Here's the parameters and meters. You put a plate to this conductive plate to try to put these decays. Just the conductance has been model. 10,000 Siemens and unfortunately, my version can probably call in the Philippines. Well, it's in Indonesia environment. Such a huge supply, nickel prices. Okay. Right, moving on to the modeling. So this is software called Maxwell that can put in these plates which have basically it's a plate with a conductor around it and it simulates decays. This is the type of thing we can do. So you can decide where your noise source is and where your target is and without a noise source. Right, survey design. Sounds like a simple thing, but it does take up a lot of our time. There's a couple of things, the flight planning, line spacing, the direction, do you flight sidelines, minimum line lengths, the You need to start outside the block before you into the block. Buffers and exclusions, I'm sure it happened over here if you've got military bases or the president's house or the king's. Maybe you're not allowed to fly over there. But some sites of cultural significance, you can't fly, suit your survey over them. Survey heights, generally we try to fly as low as possible, but it's not always the best outcome. So if you're flying in the ocean, you want to fly a little bit higher because the ocean swell introduces noise into your magnetics. And you've got infrastructure. You can't fly 50 meters over a Pacific. That's regulations. And then if you want to do get bathymetry for AGG, it's quite shallow and so that's the type of thing that you have to decide on. What is your survey speed going to be? Yeah, with the relatively high, so you might want to have a higher survey speed than if you're flying at super long. Drape analysis. What's it? Yeah, just get the pilot to fly on a drape, and how much of the survey is going to be on altitude when you require to take the target. Those are types of things that you need to consider and to discuss with your clients. Right, so this is the sort of thing we were talking about earlier, talks to that. Also the micro frequency. So to detect something, you want the line spacing to be less than twice the aircraft to target depth. To map it, you want the line spacing to be less than the aircraft to target depth. And to model, similarly, you want the line spacing to be quite a bit less than the aircraft to target depth. So a lot of these things you can sort of get tied up in it, but often it comes down to what is your budget and how much time have you got to complete the work. So it's always a compromise. It is something to keep in mind when you are doing it. That gives you an idea of what happens to when you increase the line spacing. So the top left is with the 50-meter line spacing, 100, 250. So you can see how the detail in the image gets degraded with the 400, picking up the major features, but a lot of that detail is lost. And this example will be where you can fly at 50 meters above the ground. So if you're sitting in an environment where you can only fly 200 meters above the ground, then you're not going to get any extra information flying at 50 meters. So flight planning, we've got something in our software, can do it in a GIS environment. But basically, you start with the outline that the client will give you that he wants to fly, and then you put in what your requirements are. So you put in the client also give you the line direction, the line spacing, and then you have to decide how much lead in and lead out do I need. Because with some of the systems, you want the aircraft to be flat and level, and also the disturbance caused by the turning not to be present in the data. That's why you have a leading and lead out. So with the time domain EM system, you've got the aircraft, and then you've got what we call a bird behind it. So now if you're turning, this bird is not swaying all over the place. And then you come on to the next line, you want the configuration, that geometry to be stable. Some of them you've got gravity turns introduce large amplitude accelerations. Because of the filter length, they can blend into your survey data. So you want to give yourself enough time that it's not present. All right, so we've got a couple of rules for the minimum line length. You can see that the Tempest, that would be 8 kilometers, anything to Falcon and with the Caravan, it's 11.2 kilometers. The Basler, we don't fly that anymore, but it's a bit longer. The Basler is the DC3 for the engineer top. The Falcon is 6.8, and we don't fly the Basler anymore. We put up corners there, and it's 30 kilometers.
And if it is ground based, what is the meaning?
Like the line longer. Drones, I'm not sure. I don't think you'd want to go shorter than a kilometer.
I know, kilometers. A kilometer in our terrain is a lot of distance.
Yeah. I think that the drone, you could probably go very small. It depends what you want to do. Yeah. For us, you see, if you have some of these technologies got a filter in, so it doesn't make sense to fly a very short line. Your effective sampling is large. So when you can't process the data, noise. And you also, if you have very short lines, the aircraft just spends all its time tuning. Operation doesn't make sense. Sort of the economics of an airplane is that when it's flying, it's costing you money. And if it's not, it turns, you can't charge for it turns. It's not going to just ideally you want longer lines, cost of funds. And a drone you could fly really fast, you could fly quickly.
Yeah.
Depending on your line. And what heights you can fly. If you're flying at 200 meters, there's no point in flying a football field because
Yeah.
you're not going to see anything.
Interval is basically your counter says the interval is always less than the twice of the flight time.
Yeah, if you make the width of the survey 4 or 5 times you're flying out, then you're probably be right. All right, what they call overfly here, that's just the lead in and lead out. So these are the things that when the person's doing survey design and costing for the client, which you are. Tie lines. So everyone EM where you don't need tie lines because the system is calibrated. Unless the client wants to both lag data at the same time. VGG, you do need to, and also the max speed. What's the other thing? Survey shape. So, really, when you're doing a design, you don't want something like this is the boundary. So these lines are here going into a corner, so you don't want that. And then you have to decide, you stop this line here, or you just drive right to here. So it depends on the distance from here to there. When you're doing the design as well, ideally you want every flight line. So these are the flight lines, should have a tie line close to the head. So if you've got a big boundary like this, you can roll that.
Blue is the tail line. Blue is the tail.
In this case, tie lines are being sort of similar.
Okay, so this is
So these lines over here, you see won't have a tile line on it. It's what happens. It's not always possible if the cordage put in a staircase line. You've always got a tile line at the end. It's always possible to do over here. And yeah, if you want to merge grids, then you want a certain amount of overlay.
Yeah.
If it's too short, you're not going to be able to merge them seamless. Rule of thumb that we use for merging grids instead. Distance of 3 tile line overlay. For 400 meters space lines. And you can fly another survey and want to merge those grids, then you said at 1,200 meters.
Yeah, whatever.
So Thailand distance, how do you determine?
Rule of thumb of everything in geophysics is a 1 to 10 ratio.
Oh, okay. For every
For petroleum surveys, they prefer 1 to 5 because they often with petroleum you're flying the sedimentary basin and you've got sediments and they're generally non-magnetic, weakly magnetic, so you need very good well-leveled data. So they prefer a tile-line ratio of 1 to 5.
oh,
So here we would have flown 4 kilometer tile-line space. So does everybody know what the purpose of tile lines is? Correction. Why do we need to correct the data? Because you fly it, you do the diagonal correction, and you're flying on a drape. So what else? Why do you need tile lines?
I think you know when you say maybe yes, because if you're flying along the line, you get to data so that the data is not central that line, right line. If you're flying the next line, maybe if you do not have timeline, then
So an ideal world. So if you fly 3,000 meters, you fly in one direction and you fly in the opposite direction. Magnetic data should be exactly the same. There shouldn't be any difference. Doesn't work like that. So you'd end up with, you have aircraft effects. So the aircraft is magnetic. And depending on its orientation, it could give you a different concerted sensor. And the distance as well, the tile line is 4 kilometers between tile lines. And you're flying at, say 30 meters per second. So how long is that between tile lines? Say 2 to 3 minutes. 4 kilometers. 4,000 divided by 13. That's 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Those are 2 minutes.
yeah.
So that's so if you've got a diurnal variation, you use your base station, then that the base station should remove the diurnal variation, and the tile line correction should do that as well. If you've got anything shorter than that, you can be able to. Else,
So at the intersection of the timeline, first of all,
yeah.
if like the data is not getting the similar data along the line part and the intersection, what is the
Could be different heights. If you intersect it at different heights, that will be one of the things. You could also have a heading effect. The magnetism of the aircraft depends on the orientation. The magnetism at the sensor depends on the orientation of the car. And if you're flying in quite a magnetic environment, 4 or 5 meters offset, It will be a big difference in solution.
This one is drawn almost in the same day or Thailand and the other.
It's often depends. Like if you say you got your bases here, and this is 300 kilometers. You don't want to go into here and just start surveying again. What you do is you take a tile on that, go around, fly like this. So you, what we call dead legs, you don't want to fly where you're not surveying to just different parts of your block. Because then you can't charge for you wasting aircraft cards.
So because this, but you can fly any time of the day, like that. Maybe on the same flight you call it the Thailand and then do the survey.
Ideally, you want Thailand, you don't want Thailand to be broken, but that's not always possible. This could be 300, 400 kilometers. It could be a mountain going to a cloud. So, but ideally, you don't want to break it, but it does happen. So, if you do break the Thailand, you must have the other segment of it, you must have other maps.
What our television is that from one base of magnetic, the base it can go around 50 kilometers for the.
Yeah, so with the depends on your aircraft. So if you've got good conditions and you haven't got a far ferry, we can fly with our air tractors. We can do 1,000, 1,200 kilometers. But it really depends on you know, if you've got long lines, then you can do it. If you've got short lines, then you spend all your time turning. So your production comes down.
One is not an issue. Just that maybe you'll have to do the orientation with it on the way.
But you could have, but then you probably have this, if you go all this spend all your time turning. So actually that's true. Yeah, so this is again, so we would have come across this, I'm sure, with core survey. Exclusions for safety, infrastructure, cultural security. Some areas, some clients want you to fly on latitude and longitude lines. And also you can have curved lines. So that this is one I still have done in Australia. So you see how these lines are all, so that's on purpose. Right. And these lines are about 12 kilometers long. And we, if you go across, we want them to go over a line or a drill hole or some significance to plan the line pretty like that.
Okay. Because we recently pick up the data from the using the handle magnetometer and it gives a deviations. Once you deviate from the line, they reject the data collected.
Now, for your survey, which is 400 meters, that's the survey specs on you have to be within a certain distance of planned line. So those lines are planned to be straight. So these lines are 12 kilometers apart. And they're about 400 kilometers long. So they look like sharp sort of deviations, but they're quite gentle. That they work, that's for everyone here as well. So they're not worried too much about the magnetic tags on those lines. All right, drape analysis. We'll do a little bit of this in GeoSoft as well. We use this, we've got some in-house software for FFT drape. So it estimates the ability of a specific aircraft to keep to the drape surface in the different using the available digital terrain models. So we use the flight plan, altitude and variability of the terrain, aircraft performance, and yeah, so how much fuel has the aircraft got in it? How hot is the mountain? How high is it? You can create a bunch of images that tells you what you want, likely terrain, geology, data quantities. So it's doing a radiometric survey. Anything above 300 meters above the ground with radiometric survey, you're not detecting ground radiation or cosmic radiation. So if you do your drape analysis and find out 50 or 60% of the area is above 300 meters, then you're not going to get any useful out of the radiometrics.
So if that means you have beyond 200 the distance.
Yeah, so that's for radiometric gamma radiation. Because if it's attenuated, it should get further from the source.
Is it same for magnetics? I think
No. No, with magnetics, you can measure the magnetic field from a satellite. So no resolution.
yeah.
There's no real one. There's just some of the pictures. These come out as GFT, for example. Let's use large traffic to due diligences. It's quite a in the space we just measure, just kind of half. This is some of what this pilot sees. Subsistent. That was the terrain is flying along the line, and then here's the stream over here, that surface standing pictures. So it's quite a demanding job, so you have to keep online and you know, keep on the surface along the line. It's quite difficult.
So basically, you monitor the value of the empty to keep the depth surface. So one of the
You'll see a variation that varies from the drape surface.
okay, so you define the variance at the time of flight, and you will have to maintain that. You will have to be within that variance.
Yeah, generally it's in the range of 10 meters again, 10 meters, in excess of 10 meters over 1 kilometer. That's a QC parameter, but it depends on the contract and the time.
So it's like we control flight distance in more. So 10 meter is the
Depending on
depth allowance, tolerance.
big number source hidden.
So if you want to
magnetics key
it's
responsible
not 1 kilometer,
Yeah,
it's a generally flat terrain.
I even
I think not one if you want to any one from sometimes when you do the minor flying, I think they
Yeah, so also the drape you can design it. You just take the topography that's in front of you. And you design the drape like that. You design the drape such that it's lines and it's lines.
lines and
So if the line and the tie lines is set in space, if you want that, then generally your drape surface.
online simulation
Yeah, how much of this is particularly relevant to you? All right, so that gives you an overview of flight planning and what we take into consideration. So we're going to airborne quality control and geosoftware. So we need the data file put on the OneDrive. It's called airborne QC sample. Yeah. So extract that to the airborne QC sample data filter.
Should we create a new database?
Or new project.
Create a new folder. Airborne QC sample data, and we'll put a new project in this.
Oh, okay.
New project,
You can call it airborne QC.
which is the data.
Carbon QC.
Airborne QC. Is it an airborne QC sample data?
New one is one project. What's it? Project sub zero project A and airborne QC before you run away. So what's undone? Yeah, dear. What? And then project zone.
Sub order sub. Sub really.
Small little shows. It took the minute. Population characters different one. Capitals PPA in our people to queer that social characters is the right. John?
Right, so this is somewhat of a repetition from what I talked about earlier. So they're tracking two main factors: your geological strike and the inclination of the Earth's magnetic field. So if you're close to the magnetic equator, the orientation of your magnetic anomaly is basically north-south. So you want to be flying closer across there. But over here, we're sitting at about minus 40 degrees. So that's not a big consideration. But I think it's not your strike. Yeah, geological trends when it fly across it.
Minus means from the north south.
The inclination.
Supposed to be in the line function. Supposed to be. That's supposed to be in the not yet searching. Inclination and policy is different inclination. Southern minus inclination. How does it say? I remember not very much of the environment. So the thing. We get to do all the lines arranged from while it's south even not cousin with direction in the we need to create it. South to north in cool and with the dress on different. South to north in. What was more? Inclination. What's the look?
Not the southern direction, south to north to southern. negative number, such a negative, shows that it was positive. Also, fully potential.
So fortunately, I had one of this before. So magnetic field, we're sitting over here somewhere.
Yeah.
So looks, that's a 40,000 nanotesla contour, that's 50,000. So we're sitting over here, probably around 45,000 nanoteslas in magnetic field strength. Inclination, over here somewhere,
0.
45. So 0, it's not 0 latitude,
Yeah.
0 of magnetic inclination. So there's contour, there's in West Africa. In the declination,
Immediate
0 contour. Close to
Definitely close to
Minus money only.
Positive.
That's
positive.
what-
Plus.
Positive or plus, but
Positive.
you know, I mean,
It's positive, no? In our inclination.
Yes,
The inclination here is positive, no? Positive.
negative.
Negative.
positive.
It's positive, sorry. Yeah, positive. Should be positive. Yeah. So in South Africa, it's negative. 1.6. Then
Inclination, how is this computed? The reference surface.
so these things are measured with flux gates, basically fancy flux gate magnetometers. There are a bunch of observatories around the world.
But you know, the inclination, the reference it has, you have some reference because the radio.
From the surface. So 0 is positive.
So much in-
0, 90 is
What are they?
upwards. I think and 190 is down.
I think it's positive. These are relative positive, and the negative. The sun is in the determinant. Yeah, but positive.
Similar, I think it's,
Surface level.
they are considering at the equator surface.
True,
You can see the other and check out the sun. Sun is supposed to have the top of city. You take the horizontal at the equator.
Yes.
And from there you get the inclination. And I think for them, they were using the same reference. So because I think 0 was passing through that.
So there's a picture here.
Looks like
Because every year of deduction of the
Could be.
inclination. Not when you then you'll make it.
Every 5 years. Every 5 years. Making folds, reverse dimension, we change dimension,
Not
put
but the
dimension.
single the
So it's positive up here, in the northern hemisphere, the magnetic field vector is pointing into the ground.
Mm.
To the southern hemisphere, where the inclination is negative, pointing off the ground. It's opposite to what you expect.
That's not a way. Not a danger way. But it's easy.
so every year the inclination is updated. Right?
Yeah, so that model this here is what we call the IGRF, the International Geomagnetic
Reference.
Difference Field. So that's updated. This model is updated every 5 years. So you just having to be updated 2025. At this scale, it's pretty much. Otherwise, we'll be science fiction. I've got a slide here somewhere going a bit off topic of the magnetic anomaly shapes with bots. So this is at the equator, electromagnetic source there is some prism. So you can see at the magnetic equator, it just gives you like this node. You'll define the edges, east west, very sharp edges in the south boundary. In the northern hemisphere, you've got this positive peak and a low on the side. And we've got the opposite red on the southern hemisphere. And then these are the different products. So that will be the first vertical derivative of these images here. You can see how it starts to highlight the edges. You have the magnetic equator. You see how this edge here.
Yeah.
And it's the first derivative of the southern hemisphere. Reduced to the pole, reduces your magnetic anomaly that's kind of reflected with the source geometry. And that's the vertical gradient of the extreme pole. And horizontal gradients should have gravity until the limit of the it's the 3D analytical signals and showing you the engine being shot.
So that means we do not look to the equator.
If you do the analytical signal, you don't need to reduce it. But it's only showing you, it only really gives you information about the images. If you've got deep sources with, you haven't got sharp gradients, if you do the analytical signal, it goes to place things here. It's very good at highlighting shadow jump.
Taken together with the almost all time.
In the northern we are the resources come out and negative it was the when we look at the anomaly, I don't know how it will reflect, but like it could show like how the if you look something like that. Positive
Show, I hope it's like that. I'll show you your grid now. And if you have a quick look at your TMI grid,
Pointers ratio.
going off topic here.
looks just like that, but when I look at the image, it's quite difficult to like how it looks like.
Let's quick look now. And that's quite a nice thing there. If you on the there's a thing called project folder. So if you've navigated to some distant folder and you want to go back to where your project is, back in this project folder, that's back on. Didn't get to fine. If you look here, you see there's a high and low.
Yeah.
There's a high and low. So that's what we expect from this magnetic information. See a high and low. Even along channel, see this. So if you've got remnants in a dip, will change this relationship. But when you look through the data, you can definitely see. Like that could be, that doesn't have any dark, it hasn't got a dark hole feature. So that could be dipping, or it could be remnant. Yeah, even here, it's in the car now. When you on a large scale. So you've got this big high over here. And then you've got this low, long wavelength, low probably comes right across. So when you do a reduction to the pole, we'll see some shift in that direction.
So
That high.
It will change the shape of the
Or
element.
change the shape, please. In the generic treatment.
Would you like to be Jamie? Yes.
But it will not depend on the orientation of force also.
Yeah, no, it does. But in general, you can see that the partners find their relationship. So, not all the anomalies have it. So if it's got a strike orientation, so if you look at the reduction to the pole and you look at this long wavelength feature, you'll see it will shift.
It's only if
Shaping the leaf.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, shifted.
this one important.
He's changing the idea is that you're changing the magnetic inclination from 40 through to 90. During the magnetic anomaly,
So
So what is the advantage of reducing the or
what is the rationale?
yeah.
It's easier to interpret. You're not sitting. So it's easier to interpret that shape. That shape is much easier to interpret. So that's for a vertical feature. If it's dipping, then this will become asymmetrical. It's not like this.
Okay.
So you can sense the dip. So you can also sense the dip of
You
the.
can qualitatively talk about the dip from the profiles in the image, but if it's got remnant magnetization, it can be misleading. And you don't know it. If it's remnant magnetization, if you say you do a reduction to the pole, and this is extremely negative, then you know it's remnant magnetization. All right, so I'm sure when you're planning a survey here, you came across all these parameters and considerations. So yeah, general considerations. One is cost and what you want to measure. Survey type, we can just do mag and radiometrics, mag and gravity, URVM. Ferry time, how far is the base from the survey block? Time of the survey. Over here, it's also the time of the year. How many months of the year can you operate? Fuel costs, navigation tolerances, products that you deliver, survey size and dimensions. We think of surveys kind of an artificial subdivision between regional surveys, detailed and high resolution. As a contractor and processing of the data, that's much the same. If it's a regional survey or high resolution survey, so for us, it's an artificial solution. Here we talk about regional surveys, flowing 400 meters or more, 60 to 120 meters above the ground. Great. Regional surveys would do things for depth to basement, for petroleum, some mineral exploration, lithology and structure, sedimentary layers, on studies to identify numbers by far. Detailed surveys, line places between 100 and 400, long 40 to 80 meters, good for mineral exploration. Discriminate between metallic and non-metallic conductors, interpret geometry and depth, determine the geological environment, resource, and map structural details and features in more detail. So that we call this detailed surveys, but we're flying countrywide surveys now with 300-meter database. It's a bit of an artificial sort of distinctions between. All right, we've talked about this already, and survey planning, line direction mainly determined by geological strike, its field, applicable. Talked about aliasing, which determines what you can detect, and it also determines what line spacing you're going to use. Okay, you want to go through this, the survey deliverables, data, gridded data, what grid products do you include? Typical, it's total magnetic intensity, reduced to the pole, various derivative products, digital terrain model, and then radiometrics, which will here, for gravity, it will be the free air and computer corrected data. Maps at a determined scale, generally between 100,000 and 200,000. And these will be on sort of 1 degree blocks or quarter degree blocks. So I'm sure you've got a map index of the survey here. And we don't, in the old days, we used to supply printed maps, but now generally PDFs. I don't know if what's in that contract they're done for us, if that's one of the requirements. Isn't
That you have to give us 150,000 skill map
do that.
for that. What was the deal?
So lots of maps.
Yes.
Yeah, that's okay. That's typical. So for 100, yeah, 1 in 50,000. And what is your line spacing at 1 in 50,000?
That's basically mean.
For the line of part of 1 in 50.
Divided by 100.
150 means it's 500, yeah.
One every
1 centimeter.
Just over
yeah, 1.25 centimeter.
As a rule of thumb, you don't want to go less than more than 1 centimeter per line space. So it's basically the resolution of that.
Will be out by around 100 meters again.
That's And then, yeah, just contractor, you can look at their proposal, company experience, some of the street action measures that can be in place, delivery dates, and survey costs. One of the things is also basically the contractor got sufficient equipment to survey. If you've got a 3-year program for aircraft, you have availability equipment to. All right, so in every contract you'll have these parameters. There's a geophysicist, a geologist, or contract manager. You should be aware of these numbers. Specifically, the line spacing, the line direction, the altitude deviation, what's allowed, the nominal flight height, the maximum deviation, 50 meters, 100 meters. That's maximum deviation. It's more than 150. It doesn't matter what you use the distance. This will be 100 meters over 1 kilometer. Flight path deviation, maximum deviation from the planned path is 60 meters. So 40 meters over 100 meters of flight line. There's a velocity measure. Flight line separation. So these are how far the lines are likely to be apart from each other. One will have 20, maximum 150. Now line separation within specified distance, so we're only allowed 135 meters apart. So sample separation permitted. These are the base station regulations. So for when we do the QC exercise now, we're going to use these references. Your survey would have had the same parameters with different numbers. Any questions on that?
This one is for contextual assessment or data quality assessment?
Both.
But then I think if the contract says because of the cost, maybe some parameters from here will be not inconsistent with your standard
Shopping.
for in a case it's 100 lines spacing.
Line spacing is 20 meters. Our typical numbers that we use is maximum 20%. And that would be a 24 meter variation.
24.
Yeah, that's our general rule of thumb. Height deviation. So it would be 10 meters.
10%.
Or that just 10, we'll just list out 10 meters. The height is a tricky one because the fire safety is that's pretty. So if there's a tower, some obstacle, is allowed to be on specification. So this is quite a hard one to enforce it in the clients. In terms of the line spacing and path deviation, which you need to make pictures. If you think about it, we class of survey 50 meter line spacing. So we're going to make sense if you allow
So that means in terms of percentage,
You don't know where they
it's based on some percentage or just you assign arbitrarily?
our rule of thumb for mass separation is maximum is 20.
20% of
Of the line
the
space.
of the line spacing. 20% of line space.
We don't worry too much when we're doing the QC on the tie lines, because the tie lines are 500, 2 kilometers apart. If they 10 meters off the flight path and 20 meters off the flight path. Yeah. This number also doesn't make any sense. They've got a full reference. That 5 Teslas should probably be equal to 0.
You need more than that, then there again.
Yeah, so you have to you need to look at geological noise and system noise. And if you've got system noise, it's very easy to see. That the noise level is low and then suddenly it's a situation. You don't need a noise tolerance measurement to tell you that. And in this case, so they've got a sound inspection difference, so that will be that.
Okay. Then if there's for this, I think that's in some relationship between people, or we empirically draw distinguishers television. That's your standard practice or just empirical draw?
So as a rule of thumb for from what we do is we often don't have that in contract. That intersection.
But then it's your standard practice.
Well, when you're leveling it and stuff, we don't fly always on a track. Like on Zambia where it's quite flat.
Oh.
We don't fly on a track. The pilot just looks and we fly. It's very flat there. We don't actually can see that. So in a contract.
Yeah, this is why I was asking you. Did it is empirical draw or just that you have a standard?
No, I think we're going to put that in a contract. So we'd have to look and see what the topography looks like. If you're flying at 50 meters, you want that intersection different. If you're going to be very strict, you want to 50 meters set line. If you're flying at 120 meters above the ground,
You then make big difference. You're flying the type and inside.
Yeah, if you're at 120 meters, it won't make a difference. If you're flying at 50 meters,
Yeah, 50 meters you can make a difference. So that's why I'm just asking there is some empirical relationship. Because if you're flying quite high, then even maybe 15 meters will not make that difference. But if you're flying at some 40 or 30 meters, then even a small difference.
all right, it's open our project. Well, then we must load the quality control menu. The Project Explorer and the manage menus. Extensions, position, Clearborn QC.
QC. What can you see? Position. QC. Only
Just use
Just QC. Alright, so we're going to generate flight path maps. So this is your survey planning.
we don't
You
have
need
the
to
grid.
find the survey extent. So go to everyone QC.
Don't we have to load the grid?
Hmm?
Do we have to load the grid? But
No.
it's just blank.
it's disabled. It's not active.
Sorry.
Our Windows screen is not active. So it's a bit disabled, I guess.
No, that's fine.
Paul remember.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Right?
Sorry, I've got the
Yeah.
survey map open there. Everyone QC. QC.
Yeah.
Boundary file. Import K. Sits project folder, survey boundary.
And 3 view answer. Importing. Can you see importing? Oh. Get
We go to the modify boundary, modify button. You're going to specify a coordinate system. So when you're working with any geospatial data,
Yeah.
you want to have coordinate systems. So, apply yourself into place.
That's the boundary, yes, it just lines up like that we want to, or
Yeah, they're generally a client would supply. And sometimes they give you a boundary that's very regular, and then we will go and make it a bit more regular. So it makes more sense. You don't have lines going into a corner. Okay, I won't check about coordinate system yet.
So modify.
Alright, map name, survey boundary.map, map scale, compute defaults. Okay. And click the OK button.
Load coordinate system.
Just leave that blank for now. Okay.
Yeah.
We close this map now. Save change.
You settings.
Now I'm going to take a polygon file, which Basis uses for the survey planning. So you can do it by digitizing on a map. So you can open our map again. Survey boundary.map.
Yeah.
And this will either help us to digitize. Then the map tools. Create tools, create PLY file.
Yeah. Draw actions. It.
I can remember that. It's really okay. Just get me on that. The map just cancel it. Just see our whole. Just pick this up and then. Alright, so we want the polygon file. Inclusive data plotted inside the polygon. You can use this for windowing data, masking grids, there's lots of uses of the PLR file. So new file, and the points on polygon, right click, bring down. So, okay, so just go. Interesting. Last vertex and then right down.
Bottom left limit. Top left limit.
Doesn't matter what do you do again. As long as it's clockwise. Unless you want to mix up the order.
Huh? Look at this.
In your project folder, there should now be a PLY file.
Sorry.
Down.ply.
This
The
frame.
format of the file.
The blue filter.
That's fine. You want to do the ball block? Flying up in it. What do you go
It will be called down.ply.
Images.
One, two, three. Semester. Very big.
Let's just add some projection information to the map and we create that
Is-
PLY file. So we can go in the map manager here. In the data tab, you can right click. Coordinate system.
Can I be? What?
And
Click on the mouse.
yeah,
Done.
yeah.
Right click.
To modify. Projected. projection method is UTM. Zone 7 north.
Let's approach manager. That are not
7 north. And that datum is North America datum 27.
Projected. Yeah. What the stuff?
We're in Canada.
Yeah, okay. Projected. Modify. Last element modifies. One of them. Let's see. Control system. Wait a minute. Oh, one. One on you. Done most one. And Talu. And another copy form here. Projected. Entity. Dream 7 of
Okay.
This over. What oldu? 700. Original economy. Polygon Kanik Bekus Chigi, how Kanik Mavilla. Mavilla Kogi. What's a purple bunch of Jitus Kogi? I put 1, 2, 3 times when you imagine. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 times easy. See, join Mavilla minute. Name Four over there. 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can you play? 1, 4, 2, 3, 4. But here they just be like 1, 2, 3 and it. One in a row. What do you think? Okay, see this. Okay, and change bit of look big with it. Tools. Great. What do you have while you go with it? Already. Okay, another more.
All right, looks like everybody's got it.
1, 2, 3,
Is that okay? Right, okay. We can digitize that again. Overwrite the existing PLR file. And see how it changes. So it's changes. Polygon file. New file.
You can
You can see now the coordinate projection information has been added to the PLR file.
Yeah.
we are manageable. You go.
First one.
Yeah, so this is a new one. So it's added this. It's not the top of the PLR.
Like 100% so.
Kaçamıyor.
Tüm bir tane coordinate system emiti coordinate project load CCRS lazımdır. Oradaki üniversite muamele
Güzel ben o.
aşağı gavmıyor mi? Dito naman sa pet, kaya patuloy mo ito ba? Dito gaw projection so patuloy mo kasi
So then there's, if you've got a boundary, you can have a boundary with like 3,000 vertices. The big surveys I've had. Well, you don't want to go and digitize. You can go map tools, CAD tools,
map tools,
create PLY from map group.
create PLY from map. Okay.
And you select the map group that you want to convert into a PLY file.
Oh, okay. You just
Okay, it's an overwrite. Replace. And there you go. You don't have to digitize.
okay. Get started. Oh, I think so. Okay. Oh, we just lost the 41. What's schedule?
Good work. All right, we'll just have to digitize. Maybe it doesn't work with the Excel sheets. So we're going to create a survey plan now. We're going to have lunch or we have lunch. Know your project.
We do that twice. Does it?
Yes, so you need to be cognizant that you don't fly filters right. So a good test is to take your raw data and grid that and compare it to your final grid. We'll just see what the differences are. Do you have some information content?
So what would be the like rule of thumb, like you do the filtering of everything, do the database stuff, and then you don't do anything to get enough reading.
There's no single answer for that, unfortunately. You want to do as little filtering as possible. Everywhere,
Everywhere.
as little as possible. So if you see a little bit of noise in your data, it's fine, and you know you haven't overfiltered. Unfortunately, there's no, depends on the data set, what you're trying to achieve.
I was thinking like every time you do the cricket, then I thought that then from outside it would be like over killing the
Yes,
Yeah.
no, it's yeah, that can happen. All right, so now we're going to design a survey plan with those parameters that we had previously. We'll go to create a survey plan. Create a survey plan. You select our polygon that we've created. QC. I think it was minus. That tools. Yeah, long down the pillar. Little QC. Create a survey plan. Into your PLY file. Right, so the line spacing was 120. The flight admit, so these are your flight lines, clockwise from north.
Clockwise from
348.
no.
You could also put in negative minus 12.
That guidelines.
Check the actile lines.
One.
Right, you see automatically it defaults to that 1:10 ratio. And it's 90 degrees. You can have special situations where they're not at 90 degrees, depending on your boundary. Check.
22.
Right, the output database is QC part, and the map is the same. You can, if you're doing ground surveys as well, you can do the same in planning.
No.
Alright, and you click on the more buttons.
What's the column?
Sample spacing to 1.5. You won't extend the lines outside the polygon. You can, if you use this, then if you want to give the pilot or the person doing the survey some space to get online before they enter the block, and extend the line results. The flight number, the line number, first line number is 40010. So when we do a survey, we generally start the first line at all. So line 1. You've got multiple blocks, then the first line number becomes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the multiple blocks. And you choose the number of zeros or the length of the line number such that in that block the line number doesn't change from 1 to 2. And generally the line number will increment by 10. So the reason why it increments by 10 is that if you break a line, then that line number will increment by 1. All right, so the X and Y waypoint, that's the vertex of the first line. That's where to start the first line. Let's make it 67039. Y vertex is 6313935. And then I'll just change it. So we usually use the convention that Excalibur uses. So all our tie lines always start with a 9. It's either 4, in this case, would either be 4-9 or 9. Let's make it 9-4. If we see a line number that starts with a 9, we know it's a tie. And then the second number is the number of the block. Australians probably do it the other way around.
4,
So 4-9. If we and the Y waypoint is 66802. 6314.
They don't give extra from the next.
Yeah, he goes blank every time you make a plan, the lines get shift slightly. Yes. Fortunately, the top plan you don't get start. So this causes the lines in the class to start at the same place. But the boundary always changes. Say okay. I should have something that looks like that.
Yeah. Because it comes to the function. Because it comes with the polygon materials that are interest. Sen major below. Major bills in JJ below.
That's 120. With minus 12 as the line directions. So you can just here and
Interesting.
minus 12. After this, where you're working here, you're working your proper folder. Jeez. School that QC path.
No. Project management is
Just bring up to
sample space. Sample spacing change picture. Channel spacing. Because you
language and budget.
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. That's right. Don't you see?
Okay, so you have got some goods but never plotted. So if we look plotted manually, roughly are you can map tools around for.
Well, I think it's a technology 40,000 payment. Put on put maybe do.
Which you need to, what you say no. One decision of
Starfish.
To call it away. First traffic. Questions.
It's using control file to make a mistake and it's saved as temporary file.
Polygon shape another one shape input variable. I'm not. Yine penle minutes. So, shape halledik. Input page shape halledik.
Right, so everybody's done that, huh?
Yeah.
And there's a nice function here where we can plot the lines and the tires of different colors. Quite nice for when you're doing a report. Use display through that then. Got boundary file there. To make our flight lines, you generally make those. Remember now, it's like a blue. Yeah, 0.5, our outline's red, and we can make it a little thicker. If you want, make your label size 1. Like a basement, turns into a basement, full basement. So that you looked at it previously. These very dotted lines. That's in the next. Just try different ones. Projections are shown, but I had you on the map you want to select, John. So if you see here, if you look at the map, this is checklists. So those next. Should we one for making that video? PC GDB. Zero. So I mean, like, shit. Projections and stuff is from last teacher. Copying a projection system from another database from a grid. So, say I want to add a projection system, it is projected already. If I wanted to change it, if there was no projection system associated with this map, I could say copy from. I can select the grid or the database, GSOF projection, G projection, reader from the wall. fix up the protection system associated with database and climate change. That's quite a nice feature. Just the summary of us. Display the survey planning, use print summary again. Summary of our survey plan, start vertex, the end vertex, and the total distance. Total line, tie line distance, total line distance, this is total survey distance. That's the setting to. This gives you 682 kilometers. Another way of doing it, you don't want to.
total distance.
If you don't want to create a survey plan every time, but somebody says how many line kilometers will it take to fly this area, it's qualified. So instead of creating a flight plan each time, we just take the area. So this is 87.1. So area 87.1. So okay, the line spacing that we're going to use is 120 meters. The total line distance is the area divided by your line spacing. Times, because you've got tie lines now, so it's like 10% to that. So 798 just from the area, and we look it up. It's quite a big difference, huh? Survey area is 87.1. Space is 120 meters. Yeah, but it works. Years market incorrect year.
Accelerator.
How much you could how much you could do all those three
Yeah.
Different.
life change. Really good. Yeah. So first, how much
798 and the report is
487.
682.
I think maybe we just put the bracket 30. Just put it at least getting around 600.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. Just
123 years.
Also, just read it.
Better put it.
I didn't think it.
500 kilometers.
So, Salvator plan to Sonia. Salvator, yeah.
Something we should miss. One is it? Nothing is the chip. I imagine. I need to just read it.
Maybe I will. Okay, this. No, this is
Scheduled.
correct. This also been
Some meetings. Oh, cheers.
it's just children. Hasta vacinación been
I have a little bit of machine.
view on see and then
Today.
somebody plan them. Six
But this
I'm just
is it in there? Really?
no other village.
So, that's the minus. With 10% of that. So this is 798. So I put it to very wide, you know. We're going to need you to sort of.
By what
Should be this. So the last one is now to the project call. Everybody's. Everybody's export. Yourself XYZ. QC4. template for it. The QGIS or any other packages. Just as
Complete. Dot XYZ is different. It's a template.
what the file looks like.
Template which template? Okay. Export my template which. Okay.
Right, so now open the QC test database. Channels here are this will be the radar altimeter, so that will be the height above the ground. That is a time channel. Change our display. Format.
Import that one.
No. No, it's QC test is a database. So just open that database. Number of decimals there.
Unable to build. Actually, and time from change will right to go. Into the sheet for meeting the scenes.
Yeah, on the
Time
Now that time channel.
time zone time.
Seconds, so that's
Normal the time zone.
20 hertz data.
Maybe that أنا بيم open machines.
Sorry.
A normal to do More and the time zone.
12 hertz data.
Okay. Can you put us check which? Sure. This is the same normal default. Do this is 6 to do, yeah. Exporting demo. Mavi updates. So export the database database to be export baby bill. Say QGIS na storage. And database the filter things. Which one?
File structure.
Right, switch, right click where show profile. Mavi
survey data. Let's just recreate. Sorry about that. Recreate our ideal plot for. These are line numbers between our survey data and our bank plot for should match. Survey plan more this line number here should be first tile line should be initial tile line should be 10,000. Tile line label increment, make that 100.
No, it's 10,000 or 1,000?
10,000.
That means
So looking at the test database, you can see that the time increments by 0.2 seconds, so then you know it's 5 hertz later. We've got a diurnal channel here. It's always helpful to show it as a profile so we have some idea what this activity is. The magnetics channel. Looks like so far it's pretty check. Whenever I open mag database, I always just click through a couple of the lines. Just check that there's nothing funny happening. Context. So the database looks okay. Now we want to look at the survey statistics. Let's just remove the X and Y columns. Just make it a little bit easier, make that not such a busy short. In database tools, let's move it under the QC menu. You want QC statistics. Statistics on survey data. Display channels, and it saves it to a text file. Display channels, histogram. Anybody know how to turn off the orange dots?
you don't think you're really got it. What's specific to your project?
It's just like, oh, here, it's just a Kailangan mo siya main change with sus touching and sus test QC test fish. QC test application. This
this week your project, you don't have that lot of line. Your form. Maybe you're not that much
But here,
Alright, so it's just it shows you the minimum, maximum, the mean, the median, the mode, standard deviation, the first difference, the fourth difference, standard deviation, and the number of points, and the number of elements. So if I be QC, I'd wonder why the dummies on this line, and then I'll go there and have a look and see what's written out. For some reason, the first difference, and the fourth difference on the timelines is quite high. So I'll go and look at that. Why is that happening? It's also only reporting that's the timeline 1000 to be reporting 20 points. So that's the type of thing I would go and check. You can see the means are much the same here. Kind of what you expect. Topography, the means are also much the same. It's the type of thing you look at in terms of the QC. You managed to do the report? Says. The histogram here. You can just choose the channel that you want to look at. Got a database with 200 channels. You can just, let's say, choose from a list. Magnetics and diurnal. And reports those two channels. See the mean on the diurnal channel is much the same. We expect something from the magnetics. The thing in the statistics is for the total distance. That's in meters. Generally, report the number of kilometers every kilometer. 1,000. So that's 63 kilometers. All right, should we go to the quality control test tomorrow, or do we continue now?
Continue. Let's continue.
I'm going to use up all my material before tomorrow. So these tests are the parameters we put on against what's in the contract. So that table I had on the screen earlier in terms of the areas of that dimension. And we go through them one by one. Right, so we go to airborne QC. QC altitude deviation. Input database is qc.test. Terrain clearance channel will be radar. The topography channel is topo. We can test against option should be terrain clearance. Terrain clearance is 120. The maximum deviation is 150. The light deviation is 100. Over a distance of 1 kilometer. Minimum terrain clearance should be set to 50. The maximum terrain clearance should be 50. The way we get to the minimum is the nominal 120 minus the maximum deviation.
30.
Maximum deviation, is that right? Sheet 100 250. Nominal 20. Just here it is now. And the map name is survey map. Or sorry, altitude deviation. Altitude deviation. One more. And stay the same, so this will show you where the surveys are in specification. You map.
Oh, no.
So those areas that are asked are quite hard to pop in again. Let's just make them read. Thickness will make 0.4.
Existing map is new map. Okay. New map is I need to. Dot map.
The total there. Total there. What we can do is we can make another channel here, which will be the altitude of the sensor. So we can just call this GPS height. So again, this is just using the formulas. So the altitude of the aircraft will be the topography plus the radar. You just select the double click on the channel name, so everything is highlighted. You press equal. Bottom left it says formula. The radar plus topo. So that's
We did schedule this all,
specific action.
please. Flight columns. Click activity. Look through the
That's specific action. Investment. Right, spirit all will that basically. Just to just click on the
This are contributing. Yes, this is split on restricted. Do you mean when without this? Mean when you got it Men verliert ja alle anderen. Jobmatte. Hangi bu böyle? Ya. Çok ekstra bir Sosunlar ekstra bir böyle bir Destruction.
So, formula
Formula? Yani bir equal to Meme. Select baby. Equal to formulası değil mi? Yani bu rotor stop. Meme rotor from type bego. Equal to baby. Rotor plus 2 Baby baby olma koy. Right baby height. Space yani president space. Hani bir space. Tabii. Hani top title jamsi.
Channel 9 and channel 2, this is all and this
I don't hear what that's not.
이게 생각이 뭐가 되나? 나가게 하는 시간이 이게
Right, so has everybody calculated the GPS height?
Yeah.
So makes sense to display the GPS height on the same panel as the topo. And y-axis options. Assume if they're both big meters. That looks a bit strange.
Yeah.
That doesn't look right. I'm not sure what this pilot was doing. So the topography looks flat, but he's flying all over the place.
Yeah.
There's also a flag height channel here. Like if it's 0, it's in specifications. If it's a 4, it's out of spec. Also an agent here. Telling you that 17% of your survey.
So they have to reply it.
Yeah, that's the thing. You strictly speaking, yes, but it's something that you'd have to take up with the client. Between you and what you
Negotiate.
What is the reason why that's
I looked at it for some hanging to you. Can you prove me? I see that you know it. I don't think I'm out. Huh? From Babylon. 20% to left. 20% to 10% is
want to show it, same scale. So the topography should be the topo, the radar, the distance from. So if you add the two together, they could out the altitude. It does look a bit strange. You'd expect them to sort of button the shape. But maybe there's lots of I'll see if you like it. Profile scanning.
Şimdi ya. Select 5 and right click.
The more possible, more likely scenario is that there's something wrong with the radar. So it doesn't look real.
My cat channel is cool.
Right, so Then the QC on it. Where's your map? You want QC. Altitude deviation. This is the test. So that looks reasonable. Is escaped? Escaped? Okay. You should have to you. Okay. Let's create another channel here. Sorry. GPS height. But looking at that, the radar's probably faulty. Doesn't make any sense.
Leaves to control. And maybe. If you do it. I'm sure. Title language. Equal to. Radar. Type here.
Alright, so if this channel equal to the flag height channel is not 0, means it's failed one of the tests. Value of
And select baby. And select B
above the maximum
equal to B. The radar first.
So if it's, it can also have values of 1, 2, and 3. In other words, if it's non-zero, it's failed one of those tests. That's out of specification. Right, our next test is going to be the flight path deviation test.
You see flight path deviation.
So in this case, we're looking at the deviation of the flight path with respect to the ideal flight. And the deviation must be less than the maximum deviation, and also within the allowed deviation. Right, so as before, we go to QC, flight path deviation. The input is QC test, the ideal flight path, which we created earlier. QC path. QC path.
The maximum deviation.
Maximum deviation should be 60. Hard deviation 50. Average distance of 1,000 meters. Let's make this the thickness. Make this 0.4. The flight new map and it's called flight path deviation. So picking up our line numbers. We've got matching line numbers between our ideal map.
Sixty percent. Let's look at the division, individual color basing, rate basing.
You can see that for some reason the line numbers try 2000. Did anybody's flight path thing work, or did you all get the same error?
Same. Severity. I mean, like I said,
Generic flight.
39,000 things, like
So that
2003 is initial value.
the flight path, not very much,
Sure.
still standing back, so you must switch. So you still at 40. Exactly. Okay. Okay, consider that then. I change the azimuth to -12. Is that right?
Let's -2.
So the answer to that. Okay, then open your test database.
Below.
QC
-12. Look on the just 92 so
With the database. The QC4. The QC4. Still wrong. Still pretty low. All right, so let's recreate this boundary floor. So let's just close all these here.
because we cutting down was nothing. 39 310.
Open QC test.
QC test.
Map tools line path.
Map tools. Line path.
You can just call it QC test. QC the existing there. Top the lines is red. Right. I'll just move the other layers. Maps that looks like this.
What did you give? Net manager. Yes, what are the characters?
Mine just plotted. QC test. Just plot the lines.
Can QC test saved in the spot beating? Yeah.
I don't know why it's not working.
What they really? Yes. QC part.
QC test. So these are my
That was derived from the observed.
that's observed actually. There's a much mismatch somewhere.
So what's it gonna be? So what is it?
XY is
Yeah, we can maybe not still. Yes, one day we need to
nog best långsamt material.
How to do it?
Kolla map to thing. New map from XY.
It's fine. Man, så fan hade man nog prick.
Och när det är skinnet ja.
Det är ju
Detta blir den next skinnet det ska bli. Next spelar vi map till jag från QC.
Ons QC pad met prima.
QC test.
Ons test alleen again. Mijn is pad rem.
Pad is dus alleen.
Vijf
Test.
That's fine.
pad gelo op pad. Ons test gelo.
Test का problem
Test gelo dan ons even. Test gelo dan gewoon het.
That's fine. If you just have this open.
Let's get on the
Map to Sanjo. Suigush path. Map Suigush. The map to Sanjo. Line path.
Yeah, first.
Map
Select
to
a map for the QC test.
Okay. Line path. There are no plot pick.
Map tools.
Scan data.
Map tools. New map.
Next. QC. Test your map. Finish. Huh? Oh, fine.
Scan data. Next. QC test.
Careful. Okay. So choose the line is line. Got it.
Now just say finish.
Oh,
New map.
first thing reach line path. Down views. Okay. Okay, that will be the minute to settle. Okay. Stay and line path. Line path. Map tools.
Since you have map tools, line
Oh, line path. Next, I call it just dash. Black the red so she had to go. Okay, wish. Okay. Found juicy taste.
new map. Scan data. Next. QC test. Select the map tools, line four.
QC test.
Map tools. Soft. Okay. All right, so everybody should have a map that looks something like that. There seems to be a mismatch. Put somewhere in the coordinates. Right, so now we're just going to make a polygon around this. Exactly the same as what we did initially. So everyone, go to boundary, map tools, CAD tools, create polygon PLY file. Everybody got that?
Yeah.
Call that bound, you say new file. All right. You're not going to worry about getting the points exactly, you just do it around the block, something like this. Everybody got that?
Yeah.
It's map tools, CAD tools, create polygon PLY file. And we can check it first, we can plot it, then we know we've got something that works. Map tools, draw from PLY file. That's it correctly. You have to so the data view. Yeah.
It's an option. Timmy?
So we already got that. It's good. We've got a rectangular polygon.
And the core octopus plus with it. I mean, 0.14 minute. That's what I see. 4.3 jump here.
Must be you just tell us the thing.
I like that thing I said.
Left corner to
Not the king. That bit is the king.
you can just make the nails very butted and naturally slide for All right, so now we're going to have another go at creating our ideal. Airborne QC. Create survey flag. We use exactly the same settings as we had previously.
-12.
Okay. That's looking more like these have got lines on top of lines.
Oh, yeah. Order Timothy. Good. But in the running. She got the beef. Mr. Chickens na beef. Can you fish me? Means I change you. Gender. Crystal Islam. I last data was the. Can you see data on but map deputy test beam? Test na report be with it. Get the beginning. So yeah, it was no, so I don't know. Ideally, plan that you got look on proposal.
Now, at least we've got some sort of agreement between our box and
Yeah. Could you please speak? Could you please speak? Speak Marie. Could anyone look at the same to probably make
these lines.
J'ai de bras. Maybe 10,000 seasons. That's the money we're taking to churches. And that would not mention last year was in the 15th. Thailand spacing from cities. Now we see very harsh. Actually, one for Thailand for helping find CCTV environment. Citizen in the something is the only people. 631 with the this is your she's also one more job. The apartment is by next time, which is when actually church motor from not for you. This is what I have to do for this channel.
Pretty good, thank you. Okay, okay, no, more different.
We've got our
Just
survey
put on
lines
something.
plotting on top of
Yeah.
the
So important no? How much is it?
Yeah, there's only one tile I
Yeah,
can
well,
survey that.
Angelo? Okay, have it. You see,
That's his plan. That's his plan.
name. Kati kati na zoyanda portfolio.
Gotcha. So
Kati.
deal that we
Partner bir test partner bir partner test ne bir test. Hemesi taş kati zoy ani ay red color dikati zoy. Ay left. Ani left ki dikati zoy under report begos. Left ki title bech. Test na zonu में test na post bego bote. Left na test. Location. This partner test can be I'm zero.
All right, so everybody now it looks like we've got our hill flight path
What is
and we can compare it to our survey flight path. So even if we just look at this, we can tell that it's not a very good survey. The lines are quite far from our plan.
Yes. Move and then like step down the floorway and then find somewhere step down the floorway.
So now we're going to do the path deviation QC. Just look at that. And then one QC. QC path deviation. So the parameters we had previously.
Maybe a bit with the
What about a new map? Six. So the red lines are the sections that are out of specification.
so I'm going to see possible.
What deviation? Everybody got a try.
Huh? Sen kaç mı gidiyorsun? What? Bu mahvede direkt yazılıyor. Sonra istiyorsan. Repetitive versiyonu gider. Çünkü versiyonu da var. Kaçıncı bismillah. QC because one line does not exist or the first two things as are determined in the identity database. Also, chicken and chicken lalu directly so check zozomi and a book of pay. It's so directly committing and office. Okay, this.
No, we are to make a minor changes to that.
QC.
That's questions.
아니, 분위기네. 그래서 지금 아니, 지금 zoom이 아니고 이렇게 됐음.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
이주는.
Some problem solving skills. So you can see these sections are out of specification. So from a contracting point of view, if you had to refly this, you can't just refly up to here. You have to refly past the next timeline. Okay. Similar to here, you can't just stop here.
You have to refly all the way.
You have to fly up to the next timeline.
So it will cost you money. Make it never to share. See, and that's me, double has no repeated.
So the QC level,
Yes.
QC cluster relation. Input,
It's not easy of yellow team.
so okay.
Which is the communication box completely. Stay, consider. Then.
It's so good. This is
Division.
you see next.
That's true. And subjectively, bigger to be,
Exactly the same data. Right.
somebody wanted to know.
But it was extract just take that up the file. So you don't have
QC just QC. 제가 작성 보여줘도 되겠죠? So you not keep this consider.
Okay, what's work? Same problem. One word you know.
And you want to have again. That's the intended simple. Make it.
Right, just use the simple. If you want to do the work again, just use our working files. Yeah. Make a DXF, save it, polygon overlay. Save it as a DXF. Never write that system as DXF. Sure.
You should be done. Not be done.
That's what it needs. You know, you just have to be careful that you don't overwrite your data. QC path overwrite QC test. So it's good to have that. Keep the original database somewhere.
Use a patient.
You
Just in the machine.
Performance repetition. Huh? So when it's also yes. They want them to do
Right, so now we can do a velocity test. Has anybody got an idea how we can calculate the velocity?
Distance divided by
E by F.
time.
We have time channel.
Yeah, and we have velocity is the change in the distance. Change in distance, the rate of change of distance. So the change in x
We need a distance channel.
distance channel. Yeah.
Tools should be a create distance channel. It gives you the distance in meters from the start of the line to the end. That's in meters now. Database tools. What's it? Channel tools. Make distance channel. You really got that? All right. So the velocity is the change distance divided by the time interval.
That machine is still
So how do we calculate the change distance and the change in
Unchange video line. Different line, different form. Only the T 1000, 10,000 Thailand.
little change.
rate of change here? So we need to do that, we need to take
The
that minus that, that's always that. Okay? And similarly for the time channel, and we need to divide the two. So that
and then many only minus one. So
this minus this is called the first difference.
only minus one.
So we're going to do database tools again. Filters, differences.
Differences.
And the channel we're going to difference is the distance. The output channel is called SI, and the sample interval. The number of differences is 1, and normalized differences is 9.
Distance is subject.
Yeah.
Distance very important.
So notice that the SI channel has got a
It's just general.
red bar under the
On the
channel.
bay, then they make this channel.
That means that this channel has been resampled. So when we take that minus that, the position of that point actually sits between the two stations. So that's what that line is under there indicates. At that point, this channel has been resampled, and that point spatially sits there. And you'll notice there's a dummy here now because you can't.
The best.
And we do the same with our time channel.
Filters. See distance way.
Different
Channel to being on the plate. Distance. Distance. Oh, okay.
GC test.
The best.
Filters. Differences. SI.
That's what I'm talking about time.
SI. Name SI. Distance.
No, it's fine.
Distance.
That's right.
Name it. And if you're doing okay. SI, one. Yeah, okay.
So we do the same now for
Okay.
time channel, and we can call it time difference channel. I don't know, call it D2. This should be 0.056.
Yeah. Yeah.
What is 0.2?
What is the right temperature? The temperature is aware. I correct the bigger.
If you've got a calculator channel here,
Filter same. Filter baby. Then just make your
select the channel, you can see what you've applied to.
Just very difference in time. Time is way. Time way there is not okay. Time is equal to 0.
Now the velocity channel going to be SI divided by GT.
Yes, I do really good. Oh, yeah. Okay.
The time difference is like in hours, minutes, and seconds. I think of it from the feeling. If you divide it by 1,600.
Millisecond.
So that's just the format of the time. So here you can see time as in decimal. If you like triple time on the channel. So there's no difference. Yeah. It's right. So it doesn't make any difference to the calibration.
What is that would like?
If I make subtract it from the chat.
Já tô com the time now use the teaching.
So you see the format of change it to time. Change it to this.
Wait. Okay.
Let's make the channel, give the channel name on it. No, no.
Because 충분했어, 지금 충분했어. That is 지금
Everything that does those. Press equals. So the velocity, is you sure that's right? You think that's a realistic number? 1 kilometers per second.
Yeah.
Hmm?
This one is not in meter.
1 kilometers per hour.
I thought it's in meter.
That's yeah, I think I'm not sure if we're doing QC meters per second or kilometers per hour. I think kilometers per hour.
Meters per hour. So makes sense.
And that's also not, that doesn't make sense as well in
Yeah.
meters per second. Yeah, I expected because there it's zero.
Yeah.
So you see it's falling out the sky then.
Oh, it's build up
Just press it. Try to get the rest of
Away. Cara, how much will be? Hey, do this. 백퍼 재미가 지금 백퍼이 위해서도 보면 디스텐스 이게 나고 봤어요? Database now
numbers on the graph.
channel 2
5,500.
database now they make distance
Look, we'll just go to database tools,
channel 2 make distance
channel tools.
GST mo okay so yeah, I know we made a mistake
You know what? I'm looking at the wrong. That tile line has got almost no data on it. So let me just get to another. Look at a different line.
our distance are in meter more time has to be in seconds
Sorry, but there's almost no data on the tile. So this, yeah. Maybe it's from here. Let's see. So that is
distance channel you know SID that is going good kilometer per hour 620 kilometer SID make difference be database tools filters differences the distance and the beaver distance that's how you know SID time means distance SID distance time में DGT time okay I time is how much service DT means SI such SI sample interval for SI I took a channel to different sim distance okay I took a I see another SI I don't okay. Observation. Distribution. Aqui do que veremos. Eu já tenho um banho. Essa é a distribuição. Falando da BT, distribuição. Sen distribuição assim.
Change of distance.
I can realistic. SRSI detectors.
그다니 필터 배드는 안 뜨는
Digital filter differences. First select bay and the SIC too. Me, okay. The next time the Ronnie base habe time select bay tele GT. Okay. Wait. First check distance in the you want to find the rate of change of distance. Done. Why are we finding rate of change of distance time? SI the rate of change of distance in what? Wait, SID here multiplying previous distance current distance over the rate of change of distance in what? So much either GT find them. Why we give me such a equal to SI divided by
You can calculate the moment per hour of the
let me see something. Technology distance of the difference here, but me the time difference is in what distance to the time of the means rate of change of distance in the thing. Rate should be two distances. X1 minus x2 divided by time t. Time the unacceptable. X1 at d1 minus d2 divided by the time t. As you can differences here. Distance channel because and distance channel because for example, distance here say what distance say the first distance between what distance between one point to another point. 아니지 그치 아니 쌤이면 아니지 difference 돼 difference 돼 point difference that's point to another difference 돼 only distance 왜 이렇게 들어오는
이 television house 그래서 we can try to not want to chicken lunching
거야 지금 SI divided by time do time time reduction second what
All right, so let's formula now. So sample interval divided by 0.2 divided by 0.27778.
Sample interval divided by 2.
Bring the numbers around 3, 5, 6, 7.
Divide by
0.2 is the sample interval. If you second, let's compare it to 2 hours. So long.
What was binary?
Time difference is 0.2 to 0.4, 0.6 and 2, but 0.2.
So why did you divide it with that number instead of the 36,000?
Special number. Not 5.
Let's be.
So sample interval is distance in meters. 0.2 is the time interval between samples. That gives you meters per second. And then you want to convert that to kilometers per hour.
Kilometer per hour is also the same. The formula amounts and look to be equal to and if equal to
The rate of change of
select
change
just to the equal to which doesn't equal to which.
Right, everybody got that? For numbers that make sense.
How would it be? 0.23 time difference now. Divided by 2.773 kilometer per hour.
Correct. Yeah.
Then what you see.
You think the division of the number is equal to subdivisions?
Let's get come the meter per second.
I think everybody's got.
What meter per second is?
So if we look at the velocity, do we expect it to be smooth or changing rapidly?
Smooth. Smooth.
Smooth. So what does this profile look like?
Oh my god. This
So if you get something like this,
changing rapidly.
I mean, this is probably very old data. So it's new GPS. You can see it's not very good.
Yeah.
It's jumping all over the place. Look at the things here at the end of the line. Maybe the airplane was banked on about like this. The modern GPS systems give you a lot of results. So we can do the QC now on the velocity.
Divided by 0.2. Divided by 0.2 77778. 7 P. SI divided by 2 and bracket macam ni. So divided by 0.777
Factor that allows us to compute the loss. Just for the speed. Maximum deviation, nominal velocity is 30. Oops, right. Nominal velocity is 30. Maximum deviation, 20. Allowed deviation is 10 or 1 kilometer. You map? Map planning reported velocity deviation.
Assim, faz isso mesmo. Sim, tipo, mas eu não pego, tipo, mas. Station.
What have you done to
From
your
QCA for fast. Database. Estimate category. Project manager base. Manage menus. Project view, manage menus.
where the first reference?
Okay.
Right, you've given us a velocity chamberings, everything in that. So all different velocities. So instead, it's not a velocity channel. So it's recognizing it. You don't have to write down that sometimes. Just leave that. Yeah, just leave that. Okay, nominal velocity. Recognize that you're kind of. Yeah. No, not to. Put in the parameters and 50. Has everybody got it?
Yeah.
Because it's detecting that you've got a velocity channel. You named the channel velocity. So it doesn't need its own channel.
History of each of me. We know 30 10. I don't know if it's me.
Yeah, that's fine. You've got the actual calculated velocity channel.
If the helicopter is flying at 40 kilometers per hour, why do not show the division? If it flies at 40 kilometers.
So the nominal velocity is 30. That's what your specification is. The maximum is 20. Then it will be out of spec. So if it's 50 or 10, it will be out of spec. The allowed deviation is 10. So if it's 40, it will be 5. Plus, it's 39. It might be out of spec. If it's 39, it's okay. But 40, it will be out.
Yeah.
Oops.
This is a pretty good that. Over distance.
Because it doesn't need to be.
1,000 kilometer kilometer now. Distance over the shore being. Because then I can be absolutely when I 10 meter then show us in the over a distance of 1,000 meter now. Division was shore being.
So that's what's in. Hopefully we're having a map that looks in okay.
Yeah.
All right, the next test is the flight line separation test. So what we're looking for now is looking at this visually, maybe this section over here will be able to speak and see how those lines are bulging apart. And when they come too close together, we might also get a section where it's close. Maybe over here.
Ben de bir pozisyonum yok. Hani böyle şimdi globe tarafı.
Because they're using sensor. Unfortunately, because it's we should have run it towards the end of the survey. Because if you've got missing lines and stuff, then it bring it up towards the end of the survey. Sometimes you can get a surprise. So for flight path, it's fine, we can spec, but it's your flight path separation there. Okay, so I'll show you.
Hatta separation is that same with other shows. 400 meter na pump beam. What if they fly at 450 meters deep? What keeping it space and space. Space thing.
QC,
The flight that division don't. Quite part the angle height that they got the information. But it's first the flight.
this database is QC, we only run it on the lines. Normal separation is 120, maximum is 150. Large separation is 135. That's over 1 kilometer a day.
New map.
Yes. Light lines.
Here comes a separate university. Tuition. Secret question, secret partly, job partly, comes to debate to about. Okay. Similar people with new. So, any got for the Asian now. They have got more than any current. So, major better. It's not just a single line unit. I need you one against 60 years in the weather. Line 150, 100 meter in the coast. Two line to separation. Two line separation.
They've changed the QC for as 10 of not a brand, which doesn't.
John, how's this different from flight package?
It's from the flight path. So it is similar, but it's
in between the pipeline.
so the level more. Yeah, you're ideal.
Yeah.
So these sections could be in specification because they're deviating the same section here, they're now too far apart.
What do you say? Yeah. Yeah.
So yeah, do we put that in? I don't think we put actually if it's too proximate. Only too far apart.
Yeah.
I think we are. I think there's the north there that might have
라인이 크로스가 받아 에지스 라인이나 파팅 모드.
Compliment anything.
here, this last section of line doesn't have a partner, so it's too far away. On the left hand side, so the green means on the left, there's no line on this side, so that's why it's giving the excess. This one here, this line is moving away. It's too far away. This section over here has no neighboring line.
There is a meaning. What do you love?
So if we have a look at the QC test again, you get flight line separation here. See, it doesn't talk about anything closer. So normal separation is 150. And separation greater than 100, maximum is 150, separation greater than 135. So it's not flagging the lines that are coming close. But if they are coming closer, on the other side, too far apart.
Yeah.
So that's your sense. And there's an option here to recalculate the separations. So in a large database, this test takes a long time. It's looking at every single point, it's looking at what's on adjacent lines.
I have one doubt because that Thailand and Thailand sample collection be done separately for it that the in case of contact with Thailand market, we are removed for being we are applying the first contact we are using the and for Thailand we can reverse and redo the file or and they
Second,
so that if you say
David Newton. David Newton, what do you know? If the itch is so many. Because what they put to the thing is really amazing. Everybody went to media.
We separate in the factory call.
콩 졸라미. 설비 물어 맞이를 베겠어.
Yeah, I think G in the end of the day.
yeah, maybe they would love and was maybe
Let me go 10 per
I think you get the students now think that the
There's still a couple of the QC tests to do. I think we can do that this time.
now
I'm not going to have any material.
Okay.
to talk almost similar to you know how long you know simple
Money roba mau dia lah, money in dia lah.
how long
Kita sudah money je.
Shopee and PM Shopee how long you